PMSL is back at you with the final day of the first week here in EMEA. We've had quite a lot of ups and downs from several of these teams, but right now the conversation lies right at that top spot. Who's going to be able to take the first week home with them and a bunch of those bonus points, Blake?
Because those really are the important thing here, John, getting those bonus points on board so that you can succeed over towards the finals at the end of this 3 weeks. And we're almost done with the first week already. So it is coming up quickly. Some of these teams have already finished their week, though. Today, they well, thought about by now, following the socials, which you can find out below us. Me and John right now should be there. Yes, they are. I'm going to say PUBG Mobile official, PUBG Mobile EU official for TikTok because I missed it last time. So if you're here yesterday, you got the other two. Today, I'm giving you the TikTok instead.
Excellent. You know, that's exactly what you need. It's a little bit of back and forth. You know, make sure you keep coming back, keeping them sweet. But we are going to be jumping on and making sure that you guys keep up to date with those with that information there as well, and you'll be able to see at the end of the day what has happened. But the easier way to do it, stay tuned because there is a lot on the line. Let's take a look at the prize pool that these teams are going to be competing for here. Of course, here's the breakdown. The big number there on the left. Total $400,000 going to be divvied up between these 20 teams over the course of the next, 3 weeks after this day is done.
Yeah, and obviously the finals is where the majority of that money is at, right? $227,500 there, and that is why these bonus points are so important. And not only that, but getting into that top 16, you don't want to be going home without having a chance to get in towards that finals and be that unfortunate four that doesn't get a chance at getting some of that cash. Because I think if we go to our next page here for the prize pool, it's masterfully brought up for us right here, even just being in 16th place in the finals, $5,000. It's an unreal amount for just qualifying to that position. But even that first place, 55 grand on the line. It's a lot of money, John.
Yeah, I mean, qualifying for the finals guarantees you at least $7,000 total from the tournament, right? When you consider that participation bonus as well. So a team that gets to the finals, they're solid, they're sorted. They can pay out their players. You know, they're quite happy with it, and they'll be looking to try and ladder up a little bit further as well. Because every time you don't finish in 16th or 15th, 14th, it really does start to ramp up. So getting those bonus points means quite a lot in that long run to give yourself that leg up to not be towards the bottom of the tables. So everybody wants to make sure that they're in the best place scenario for that. Let's take a look at some of the highlights from teams trying to do just that over yesterday's matches.
Yeah, I had some really cruel games yesterday as well over on Erangel as well as Miramar. Miramar was more due to the circles combined with those playing pass, but Erangel overall just super rough. But Onyx Ravens, you know what? Bless up to these guys. Really, really well done yesterday. I think they had a huge change of pace. Made it to a second place on one of the Erangels. I believe it was the last one of the day, where IWNRX were able to take them down. I think it was 2v3, maybe 4, which obviously does make Onyx Ravens look not that great, but we have to consider that IWNRX right now are the best team inside this tournament. However, talking about Onyx Ravens, they just took the fight to a lot of teams. They're starting to play the game a lot more confidently, and that's showing in their overall leaderboard, which I'm really pleased to see.
Yeah, they have managed to jump out of that bottom 4 placement, sitting at 16th at the start of today with 76 points, actually winning out the tiebreaker with BEŞİKTAŞ in 17th place as well. We are going to jump on over to the overalls and take a look at where everything sits before this final day's matches do commence. Of course, we have got quite a few teams towards the top with all 24 matches played, that being Moneymakers and S2G, as well as Regnum Kaya Bra Esports there. You can see they all have 24 matches played, so we're eyes on IWNRX, on Team Spirit, and Brute Force as well, who are all going to be looking to jump on up. I say Brute Force, but that includes everybody down to Virtus Pro there, because 125, not very far behind RCB.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think for RCB obviously finishing, so like you said, can leap over them in 5th place pretty easily, I would say 131, 127, 125. But I think Brute Force probably has the best chance of laddering up towards that 3rd place position where S2G currently are. They would have to have one hell of a day to make it happen. But we have seen these guys perform in the past. They've had a day to reevaluate, figure out what's going on next. Not only that, they got to decide, like, look, we know exactly who's going to be playing in tomorrow and how we're going to counter some of those strategies. And they got to look at the new big dog in the lobby and how they like to play in IWNRX. This final Miramar was so silly. It was so silly. It really felt like everyone was a break right on the day. Everyone needs to chill. They want to get that Miramar out of the way and then just vibe for a little bit before they go back into the game. Very silly game there on Miramar, where Matic was able to... Well, I don't think he really beat out versus Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi beat themselves. It was like they were their own worst enemy with the Molotovs. It was a curious situation. They basically threw all the utility they had, and a lot of it bounced back at themselves. Let's take a quick look at Team Spirit, though, versus the guys on IWNRX. This is a really important breakdown that we need to take here, because Team Spirit have this day alongside with IWNRX to fight out for that first place position. Currently, IWNRX's totals are better than Team Spirit's. They are completely the same in terms of matches played right now, but you can see that IWNRX is just having that tiny edge. So Team Spirit's going to have an even better day today if they want to contend with IWNRX.
Absolutely. They are looking pretty good to get at least top 2. I say at least top 2, but their boundary for that will be the moneymakers, right, who are sat on 193 with all of their matches played, with 159 on side for Spirit. They're going to need to get a pretty decent chunk of points, a considerable amount, and try and break that 200 mark in order to see themselves at least safe in towards that second place, even if they can't catch IWNRX on today's games.
Yeah, the big difference between IWNRX and Team Spirit right now is that although Team Spirit certainly has that fragging power on side, the average eliminations, the average knocks, they both look really nice, to be quite honest with you. However, the placement points just aren't so good. And a team that needs to get more placement points and more eliminations if they want to get towards that top side is Brute Force, currently going up against S2G in that third place spot. I talked about it before, how I thought that potentially they have the chops on them to make it happen, and these stats are so terribly close to one another, John. It could go either way. It's a coin flip for this team.
I mean, S2G, they have managed to find their feet, I think it's fair to say. At the start, we were doubting them somewhat, but they have turned it up just a little bit. So Brute Force looking to try and hound them down on that 173 margin there of 42 points on the day. A difficult task to do, but we'll have to wait and see if they're able to achieve it in today's matches, which, of course, with our schedule coming up in just a moment, we'll start off with Sanhok, go for a triple bill of Erangel, and then follow it up with a duo of Miramar. Did you expect anything else? I certainly didn't.
Nice. Same thing every day. We're keeping it very chilled out in this way. I mean, it's a pretty plain burger here, but it's the burger that you like to eat. All right. It's a tasty one. It's the one you go back for. It's the old reliable. The Sanhok, Erangel, Miramar burger. Here are our groups for today. You got 3D Max Digital Athletics for KAOS, as well as FLUX coming in. I think this group is the group that is a bit shaky rather than the others. Group A is struggling a little bit. They're getting the points here and there. FLUX looks a little bit better, but it is still Team Spirit as well as IWNRX in both Group B and Group E, who are challenging each other out for that top position. That's what we're going to be looking out for here. Can Moneymakers remain in that top 3 as well? Because they did put up a pretty decent performance. They've got a lot of chicken dinners throughout this tournament, but it's just a question of whether they stay in that top 3 position, because they left that benchmark, right? They're not playing today. It's time for these other teams to catch up.
Yeah, absolutely. It is going to be a chance to earn those bonus points, as we keep harping on about, because it is really the most important factor here in today's matches. Getting towards those finals, helping yourself out, getting that leg up. Have to wait until the day concludes. I'm also going to be paying attention a little bit to NIGMA Galaxy. They are also coming back in off Group E. They weren't playing yesterday, and they're going to be going neck and neck with Brute Force to try and trade off for that push. In the middle of the tables, I want to say I'm looking at Falcons and FLUX as these two potential teams that could jump up into that front page kind of bracket. But right now, they haven't had the success that they wanted to. FLUX at the end of yesterday were able to do some pretty impressive stuff in their final game, but it was just a little bit too late for this week. Maybe next week. We'll have to wait and see, because they definitely want to be reaching for those top 4, because the top 4 of our tournament here after the finals will be going to the PMWC at the Esports World Cup over in July. So make sure you're keeping an eye out for who's going to be qualifying for that.
Yeah, taking place through the 19th to the 28th of July there. And for FLUX, they desperately need that same kind of performance they showed us yesterday on that final Miramar, because again, I think I said it yesterday, but I'll say it again now, is that the way that they played on that final game was nigh on perfect, right? I think they made a lot of really good decisions. Sometimes it was a little bit iffy there, here and there, in terms of the gun skill, but overall, I think from start to finish, they made the right choices. They played that position extremely nicely. And it's the FLUX that I expected coming to this tournament, making a show of themselves. Finally, it's just not happened enough at the moment, John. And it is frustrating, because they show us that they can do it, then they go back to this really weird, careless, clumsy play style. And I'm not too sure what needs to be done for that to come back. Is it the fact that it was the last game of the day? They were excited to go home, maybe they were like, let's give it our all. You need to do that all the time, okay? You can go home at the end of the day, you can rest at the end of the day, but during that day, it's time to play. It's time to put those numbers on the board.
You can rest when they're dead. That's what you're going to need to be going into these battlegrounds with, that sort of mentality. It is definitely the case of a marathon, not a sprint here, though, and it does weigh quite heavily on that mental side of a team, of an organization as well. When you have got so many matches to play, you've got total. We've got 15 show days on this, but each team takes 3 days out, I believe, out of these weeks. So they've got 12 match days each to play over the next 3 weeks. That is a lot of PUBG Mobile. So they need to make sure that they are just staying consistent when it matters and finding their feet.
Yeah, because you can always bring it back to week 2, right? Even if week 1, you sort of just need to be hitting that boundary of the top 8, right? That's pretty good. If it takes you to get top 8 in that first week, just figuring out some of these teams, and then you have a very good couple of homework days on Monday and Tuesday when we have no play days on. That's what we need to see. And I think far too many times we have seen these kind of tournaments where it sort of feels like, and I'm not pointing any fingers at teams here, but it sort of feels like they were just taking those as complete day offs, which I will be, obviously. I'll be taking some days off. But if you're a player here, those days, absolutely in your evenings, take some time for yourself, because at the end of the day, you got to take care of number 1. But you do desperately need to be taking that time in the day to go over everything that's happened, watch those map feeds, check out the rotations, how you want to change some things around, because other teams will be doing that homework, and you will not have the leg up on them. I am certain by the time we get through to week 2, there will be some miraculous comebacks from some of these teams, and other teams will look exactly the same because they haven't done that homework.
Yeah, and that's going to be a really interesting shift to see, along with reorganizing the groups, reshuffling those that will happen after today, going into week 2. So all of these dynamics have a lot of potential to change with that gap and with that restructure as well. Because you have to remember, we've got 3 really, really strong teams over in Group E, right? Team Spirit, Enigma Galaxy, and Brute Force. They've been playing off against each other every single day that they've played. So removing those, changing those moving parts, splitting out the super strong contenders right now will change that dynamic in the lobby. And we saw that yesterday when Group E kind of sat out. A few other teams were able to do a little bit more work with that.
Yeah, it was sort of amusing, really, because when we shuffle these groups at the start, it's completely random, right? Picked out of a hat, tossed in a group, and then we reorganize them later as the tournament goes through, depending on performance. It's just surprising that we had Group E come through with Enigma Galaxy, Brute Force, and Team Spirit, and it's a bit of a crazy group there for these teams. So they move out on one day, and IWNRX is able to put up 3 chicken dinners. So they took massive advantage of the fact that we didn't have some top dogs in yesterday. I'm not saying that's 100% the reason why they did so well, but it's definitely a factor in of it.
Well, They certainly unleashed the beast yesterday with Monster Energy, our official sponsor here at PMSL. Cheers for holding that one out. 3D Max going to be looking to unleash their beasts today because they have had a lackluster performance despite some pretty flashy players over on the Miramar. I think that's safe to say. But yeah, they just haven't quite found the mark. This French roster that's been together for so long, not quite stepping up to the plate just yet.
Yeah, I mean, Snox hitting the 360 yesterday was completely unnecessary, but very cool. It was real BM. I love to see it though. It's what you want from these highbrow tournaments. Someone just goes completely crazy with it, straight not caring about what's going on in the moment. Just like, I want to do a 360. I can hit the 360. I'm gonna make it happen. Probably going to go down afterwards, but damn, that looks sweet though. And I think that's the type of thing that keeps the morale up in the team. It's like, yeah, we went down, but all right, Snox, we'll give you that. Victor taking the Monster Energy in your hands because Victor certainly needs a little bit more victory today when it comes to these games. They have been struggling, and I hope that today can be a bit of a turnaround. Again, it's that same old story that Victor and Narvalo. And it's so frustrating because I'm sure there's loads of French fans at home of these teams who know how good Victor and Narvalo was. You know, think about 2 years ago, maybe 3 years ago, Victor was hot stuff on the block. And then 2 years ago, it was Narvalo that was hot stuff on the block. And it was always Robs who was sort of in the sidelines, you know, that supporting player, always pretty solid, but definitely overshadowed by those two guys. Why is it now that Robs is the one who is just looking pristine in the games? That's not how it should be. And Narvalo and Victor need to start getting their head out the sand now.
Yeah, it's time to step back up for the roster and into the match. The first on the cards will be Sandhawk, the plane path going right down the middle. No real plane path drama possible in general ever on Sandhawk. I mean, there's like 2 plane paths I think I've seen in the last year or so that have maybe even caused a small bit of conflict, but everybody should be pretty happy with these drop spots. The mark at the top sits with the moneymakers. 193 points is the benchmark. Can anyone surpass it?
The benchmark?
I'm pretty sure that's what I don't know. Let's go with that.
Let's see if these guys can get towards that benchmark. Yeah, up towards that top side. Team Spirit dropping over towards boot camp. No longer being able to take up residence by any other team. 3D Max, first time. Actually, this is a very big day for 3D Max, considering S2G is not in the game, because they did have a bit of the evil eye for that squad for quite some time. So perhaps not having 3D Max here will cause... Not having S2G here will cause 3D Max to just play the game normally, as opposed to trying to hunt them down every single match. But this one happens every single time. Power versus Footballists underneath them. Fadan posting up with the DBS. Quite a few DBSs already found an S12K there too, so a lot of shotguns available for both these teams.
Over in Hartin, seems like the shotguns have just been littered around. You're right. Plenty of power on those sidelines. No one's stepping forwards. Onyx Ravens caught Digital Athletics player on a split drop there. A lot of teams on that Southwest Island, so potentially that's the reason why it came on through. Doka Machine on the floor, waiting for the peak. Feels like Kante knows that he's there. Pulling the pin on the nade to bait the player out, give his position away. Potentially smart, but takes a bit of damage. And now Foot Chaos can start to rally on in. Try and have a little bit more success over on the inside. Fadan goes down. And Foot Chaos get an early lead into the fight with Kante falling as well. They need to get some sort of answer to be able to pull themselves back on into this one. A knock over onto Rookie, but that's all they're going to find as Storm lines up the DBS shot for that flush.
Yeah, it's pretty much game over now. It was a well set up engagement there from Footballists, honestly. Surrounding the building, getting... And to be honest, this is something that I think Power's been struggling with quite a lot, which is getting one of their members as a straggler, getting taken down, and then unable to respond on that fact. It's funny enough because it's the exact same strategy Power used versus IWNRX yesterday. And we did see Zed Wolf a little bit out of position with the crossbow. So you would have thought Power would stop doing this as often because they do use this strategy for their own quite frequently. Footballist, good start for them. Virtus Pro took a little bit of a hounding. And a bit of damage on their side. Despite everything, Virtus Pro is still in a decent position also to challenge out for that top position, but we just haven't seen as much. And as you saw earlier, we did get a nice little graphic that came up just showing Malloy's current damage. I think he was up to about 6,000, but he was eclipsing the other dudes on the team right now. So they need to very much support him a little bit better, because he is in dire need of some friendship in these matches, some efficient friendship.
Yeah, it's maybe a little bit streaky out of him to push out in front so far of his team, and they do definitely need to keep up. I'm looking at the circle being as far south as it is, and I'm thinking about what we talked about with NIGMA Galaxy on these south circles, Blank. When they aren't allowed to go for that late rotate into the circle. Ooh!
Wow! Yes, Onyx Ravens.
Onyx Ravens. That was earlier on. That was where they got their pick off, right? Onto the Digital Athletics player. Well, okay.
Amazing. The Deagle player. I've not seen anyone hit a shot like that in quite some time. Carry on, though.
Yeah, sorry. I was talking about NIGMA Galaxy. We were interrupted by a pretty clean shot there. But yeah, absolutely. NIGMA Galaxy, in general, like to play late out in those zones. I mean, you highlighted it a bit when we had that other south circle. And when the circle does go down south, they can fall a little bit short. It's like they don't quite know what to do when there's teams around them. Fortunately, it's a little bit eastern pushed, which means a lot of teams are going to be going to that mainland and give them a bit of ground to open up with. As Soke just leathers Twisted Minds. They haven't been in the lobby yesterday, so they weren't getting farmed for points quite as much.
Wow. Yeah. I say wow. I was pretty much going to say the exact same thing. Yeah. Though, so it's kind of like we got 15 teams in the lobby currently. You know what? It is completely true with the guys over on. Yeah, Jafar's just done. This is depressing for Twisted Minds. For NIGMA Galaxy, they have this problem where they're a team that is very adept at playing edge, but it's no longer the playstyle with any regions anymore. I think they're a little bit behind the curve there. Sammy's at least able to get one, but I'm not sure for how long he'll live.
Oh, he's going back for a little bit more. Double dipping. Okay, 2 of 5 FLUX are now fallen, and maybe put a cooler on their jets as they try and push up towards the last player from Twisted Minds. Why couldn't they do this earlier? Have to wait and see. There is only one player here for FLUX. I believe they've got someone somewhere else, not quite with the rest of them. Yeah, Lux is completely out of the way, way up north, and not looking to go for that push in. FLUX might have just made a pretty critical error here in underestimating Dami.
Yeah, I think even when there's one player, you should typically take all your team up towards that position. It's not like there's anyone playing towards Kampong or Docks right now other than these two teams. But anyway, coming back to the original point, is the fact that the playstyle in the region is no longer a case of you're either good at edge play or good at central play. You have to be very, very good at both. And I think you can specialize in one or the other, but there's two little teams, and I think the Turkish region is a great example of this, where if the circle comes to them and they have an opportunity to take a central spot, they will go for it straight away. IWNRX does this really well. They've done it already on your screen. And S2G, similarly, another team that really prioritizes that when they aren't getting hounded by 3D Max. But there are a couple teams in the PMSL EMEA, for instance, you guys on NIGMA Galaxy, you only want to play edge. When you get a circle like this, you need to be moving directly into the circle straight away. Not being towards the center early on Sandhawk really hinders you. It's why the circles are so impactful on these games. But if you're close to the circle, there's no reason not to be in towards that center earlier on. You're being thrown a lifeline at the start of the game, and you need to take it. And to be honest with you, if things continue to transpire this way, I'm pretty confident that we're not going to see a great game here from NIGMA Galaxy again.
Might be difficult to get through Virtus Pro. We've seen circles finish around Cave before, Blank. And in fact, we've had our only fully pacifist run in pro play on a Cave finish, where I believe it was
Milky Way. I think it was.
It was Demuerte, certainly. So that would make sense, right? Able to get the chicken dinner from just hiding in the cave and nobody spotted him. He got 0 eliminations and was able to win the heal out. That is, I mean, even if it's on Twisted Minds, that was still a pretty clean spray out.
Yeah, it really, really was. And I think that you were so confident at this point that the team is not going to give you any backlash. That maybe just send 3 up, but it's one of the situations where just rush him as a 3-man, get one nade in the window, force him off the door, and then go in together. If you trade one another, fine. But I think they got a little bit overexcited there. It's fair enough considering the initial spray, right? But for FLUX, it is, as you say, a bit of a critical error where now you're down to 3 players in what could have been a very good spot on the map to be playing in. Footballists now making their way down. This is all the way on the northern side. I think this is from Hattin, in fact. They've got a long journey ahead of them. 3D Max, once again, and I can take this exact example and relay it to what we see from yesterday. 3D Max, exact same position, pretty much the exact same circle we saw S2G play yesterday. Immediately rotates down towards BEŞİKTAŞ's position, which is the high ground. 3D Max absolutely has the opportunity to take that position, but they're so focused on guarding out teams on the north side, it just doesn't make sense to me. Around this area, you need a defensive position to be playing in the early game, and they had the opportunity to go for it towards the high ground, just towards the east of Quarry. So yeah, it's a weird one, and you can sort of see the differences between the regions here.
Feeling like maybe they're a little bit slow and trying to guard out those teams on the north. I mean, what teams on the north? Perhaps there is a team rotating late out on the northern edge. I believe there may be, as we hop on with the Gladiators, trying to move across the bridge, or actually stopping FUT KAOS from moving across that bridge.
I mean, these are the 2 teams, right? The 2 teams coming from the northern side would be Footballists as well as Gladiators. But they've opted to come far down towards the south side. I think that's on the west. So 3D Max, there's no one to be guarding out. Other than S2G maybe, but they're not playing today. So what's the point?
They're living rent-free in the mind, you know? You've always got to be wary. S2G could get you. That's how they've been feeling over the last few days, it feels like, potentially. A nade over the top from Frozen, and they are just going to continue to push back north. This isn't a fight taking place entirely inside the blue zone, Blank, like you said, on that western bridge. So everybody's going to have to probably disengage from this not too long from now. As we are now going to get into Zone 3, and the blue zone will start to tick away pretty fervently at those health bars.
Crazy circle shift. That's a real hard shift down towards the southwest side, which gives Virtus Pro and Camp Charlie a nice little hand in here. And again, NIGMA Galaxy probably could have had this position. They wanted to trade with Virtus Pro earlier. It's just very fortunate that they were able to just slide in towards this south side.
Yeah.
In Bantai, sorry. So I'm confused. I'm a little bit confused. I'm also confused with the split that's going on here. They've got a 2-2 going on, but I think you could confidently just play Bantai, maybe not hold the road. I think possibly they're going to go for a bit of a camp over towards the slow side on the circle.
Lighting up Gladiators, but from a distance, AZ is there. And FUT KAOS go down. They can still get this res onto Frozen and get on their way. They're going to need to do so fast because teams are now starting to make their way across down to that west side. I've got a prediction for you, Blank, right? I feel like Virtus Pro are going to get second place on this match. I think that they are going to survive in Camp Charlie for quite a while, but they're going to fail to leave it. That seems to be what we see when teams take up these very fortified positions that are difficult to leave. It's going to be a team on the outside who are going to take it away from them.
Yeah, potentially. I think for Camp Charlie, it's a slightly different story. It's a bit more difficult to get up towards the coastal edge on Camp Charlie. But again, there's going to be a lot of fighting here for Camp Charlie, like you say. So maybe Virtus Pro can hold on to this one. They do get the benefit of the high ground that comes through from controlling this area of the map early on. Really good windows, sightlines to be held. Onyx Ravens push their luck a little bit. Slow rotating the vehicle. Oh, nice shots over towards Corker. Could have been on target there. Head was on display for a long, long time. Looked like a statue for a second, and Sally's not able to take the top off or crumble the rock.
Hits him with the Medusa scope, but unfortunately he was just warded away from that evil. Corker dropping the smokes. I feel like potentially Corker's position, it's strong for information gathering, but at this stage, maybe too overexposed as teams start to really crunch into this area of the map. Could be a potential to reposition. He thinks so. He's going to hop out and try and jump down to get through, but it's just not going to go his way. Gets knocked to the full damage and potential response from Fury to get him back up. They need to do so fast as NIGMA Galaxy fending off in the meantime over on the west edge. They are on a 3-1 split with Ralph making his way all the way over to the coastline. Who's this? It's 3D Max. They are just crashing straight on into this and right onto Coops as well. Victor's there. 2 players are down. Snowix, I think he's alive. Rob certainly isn't. And they are going to have to try and pick back the pieces because 3D Max gone for a wide swing over the north.
See.
Oh, dear.
Max here. There's a lot popping off right now. Team Spirit trying to hold off against the guys on Gladiators towards the northern side. Kisune's doing a good job of it. Gladiators finally going down, but it's IWNRX up to 4 eliminations so far. Not quite at 5 eliminations coming from Team Spirit, which is what they are known for. But look at this circle shift, man. That is... Yeah. Wowzers.
That's so crap for everybody. Like, nobody's going to have a good time here. Swain gets spotted on the hillside. 6 gets sprayed down. Heroic in the meantime, going head-to-head, toe-to-toe with Brute Force and not coming out looking pretty good on that one. Unfortunately, Zachariah going to be left alone with Ragnarok for the time being. Brute Force, again, one of those chasing teams. So good start for them on this match, keeping 4 alive. And actually, Brute Force in a really strong position. If they can hold down this rock and this hillside, they have commanding presence over a vital area of this next circle.
Very much so. The rock actually gives them a huge amount of cover for Brute Force here as well. Do have to worry about BEŞİKTAŞ though, who are coming off the slight high ground, overlooks over towards cave, so Brute Force doing to deal with that. But if they can, it has so much space to play with, John. It's gonna be beautiful. I am terribly, terribly surprised how far 3D Max were able to get into this game. I'm unsurprised they go out now. That was an unbelievable north rotate, only for the circle to move all the way over towards the east. It was toying with them just a little bit. Here we go. BEŞİKTAŞ versus Brute Force here. I think Brute Force has lost 1 player, up to 3 eliminations, but Freezer on your screen. Great opening fights, this guy. The rest of his team good at closing them. IWNRX taking significant casualties.
Having a really tough time on that western side. BEŞİKTAŞ having this hillside. This is a really strong ridge. This is the one that I kind of wanted Brute Force to try and take. But BEŞİKTAŞ have managed to flow in on the back. You can just see how far they have vision. All the way over to Camp Charlie. They can see everything that's unfolding. There is no way, really, to push them besides maybe swimming around the headland, which I think a couple of teams are probably going to do. It looks like Twisted Minds have their last player, Dammy, potentially making that decision.
FLUX find their way up towards NIGMA Galaxy, and they are already losing players. Again, Ralph has to stop with these off angles, man. They are disgusting, as is this circle, man.
What is this?
What the hell is going on in this game? Sandhawk has gone truly bizarre here. With BEŞİKTAŞ been gifted a freebie, pretty much.
I mean, it absolutely should be, right? If a team can swing across that bridge and take the fight to them, they might have a chance. I'm looking at Na'Vi, I'm looking at Team Spirit, but they're really caught in the doldrums right now. And it might be Onyx Ravens to be able to make that rotation once Team Spirit has gone down. Once they deal a little bit of damage to Na'Vi, they might be able to get there. But with Saleh falling, Team Spirit are going to pick themselves back up to Just Know Me, who is the guy you want to stay alive. This guy has unreal stats in the meantime. But at this stage, if Brute Force can take that high ground away from BEŞİKTAŞ, great, but I just don't see it happening. Virtus Pro going to hold in Camp Charlie for as long as they can.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that Nomi's going down here. They had a good run of it. 7 eliminations is not bad. Na'Vi over towards that northwest side. Actually making it in. This is pretty astonishing.
They managed to make that rotation. That's what I wanted to see from one of those teams on that northwest side. And they were left alone just long enough to do so. But it looks like they're not even going to take the fight up to the hill. They're just going to try and take the rock.
I think Nomi's trying to ladder here. Does have to hit another first aid kit. Don't know how many he's got left on him, but I believe he'll most likely go down in an 8th place position. More than likely. So many teams close to going out too as well, John. So slightly unfortunate for Nomi. Unless he bursts through this door right now. Place for them. Still 7 points, not bad.
Yeah, you'll tuck those away. Save it for later. Now let's take stock of what's going on here. Dami may be undetected on the swim here. FLUX probably less so because they are going for 3 in the water all at the same time now. Virtus.pro, I feel like they know that FLUX are doing this. Yeah, you can see them taking shots out this way. Who didn't expect the circle to just give BEŞİKTAŞ this either. Na'Vi have had a tough time. They didn't go up over the hill, and now they've stalled on their momentum. Maybe sending over that hillside was the play that they could have gone for, but it's not going to work out. Onyx Ravens going down as FLUX getting continually lit up on this position.
What placement did Team Spirit get there? I think was it 8th?
Not
Looked like it
sure.
all came through so quickly. So that's very unfortunate for Nomi. He could have laddered up to a 6th there, potentially. Virtus.pro doing the best. I think the best with what they've got, honestly. It's such a tough circle for so many teams. I think they're just trying to pick up as many points as possible. But leaving this game with 3 elims is really unideal. Do finally pump that up to 5 after finishing off the guys there from FLUX. Dami has been able to really sneak through this game.
I really think that Dami could get pretty deep into this one. I don't think Poser is aware at all that there is a solo player here. If he can find land and take a shot, he could potentially even break the spear from this top line. Brute Force eliminated. Virtus.pro getting sprayed down by Poser across the way. This is the guy that Dami is right next to, by the way. So as soon as he strikes, it could go all wrong. Malloy, the last to stand for Virtus.pro on this crossing. It's not going to go their way. And now it is just Dami remaining. I said I thought Virtus.pro were going to get up into 2nd. I'll have to take that back. They ended up in 3rd. But Dami has managed somehow for Twisted Minds to just get up into 2nd place. I mean, they got to be thinking, okay, he's behind us in the water now. Surely that's where he is. They're checking the shack first, though.
Yeah, I mean, he got to the rock. Reasonable behavior from him. Circle moves away from BEŞİKTAŞ.
Don't get it. No. I thought he was going to be seen.
Still just peeking.
This is a stealth
I think for
game
Twisted,
now.
The fact that Twisted Minds go down so early, it really does throw into question their rotational path. And he's got so lucky with the position there. He'll pick up maybe a placement point as well for his trouble. As first aid kits.
Lewis knows exactly where he is now, has got that high ground rock, going to stop anything from happening. The blue zone's here. I mean, you just deny the point at this stage, right? You just stay behind this rock. You're going to get one off. I don't think he's going to be able to go for a second. The high nade to try and bagsy that one. But BEŞİKTAŞ with a fortuitous shift on the circle as Dami steps out for his final volley to try and find another knock, find another point. It's not going to go through, and he goes down to the play zone. BEŞİKTAŞ take this one in what was a basically gifted fashion, it has to be said. However, they do capitalize. They get 11 elimination points on the match, and it is a very, very valuable point.
Yeah.
Blank, I want to wrap back to something that you said earlier. 3D Max could have had the position that they were in.
Yeah, easily had that position. But again, just a weird way they play this game. Like, for instance, like you said, they could have get headed down towards that high ground so much earlier, instead forced to go for that northwest rotate, which is really silly. And I think if you are 3D Max and you watched some of those games back yesterday, you would have seen S2G making that rotation. The fact that BEŞİKTAŞ was nowhere near and giving them a wide berth on the eastern side, and something you could maybe have capitalized on. So yeah, it's a confusing one. It's a very, very confusing one there. BEŞİKTAŞ definitely thrown a bone, let's say, on that game. It's probably able to get up towards 10 points though. But it's Team Spirit doubling the points there of IWNRX, which is the main conversation to be had here. Also, Brute Force, 8 points for them. A good start to their chase here. And it's nice to see FLUX and Virtus Pro actually getting some work done. I mean, FLUX were not in the best of states. And as we head on to this second page, John, NIGMA Galaxy. Again, it's in their play zone, right? It's in their area. This type of stuff shouldn't be happening as often as it is. And again, it seems to be this reoccurring trend where Ralph is just not with his team, anchoring when I really don't think you need an anchor on the coast.
Just didn't work out. It just didn't work out for them. They just seem to not know how to play contact in that area. They know how to move through it quickly when there's a blue zone enveloping it entirely, but they just don't have the same presence that they have in other maps, which is quite unfortunate, especially for that circle. Back over to the overalls now, as IWNRX are very, very close to taking that top spot away with Team Spirit. Now closing that gap, you said. They had doubled that total, 8-4, so they've shrunk it by those 4 points. Brute Force leading the charge of that pack of teams behind them who are doggedly pursuing S2G's third place.
Yeah, and I think that if Brute Force can continue these kind of performances, they just standard 10 per match. Like, even a 10 per match here, they do it in 3 games. So this is not a difficult journey right now for Brute Force. On the other hand, for Team Spirit, it is a moving target with IWNRX, certainly going to be taking over the moneymakers. And it's also a question of, do moneymakers in first place drop out from the top 3? That would be really sad.
I mean, it's a really tall order. There's 5 matches for them to do that, and it would only be Brute Force or below that could do that to them. So the difference in points there is, I feel like it's pretty insurmountable. You're getting on for, what is that, 50?
It's not that bad. We've seen 70-point days, right? We've seen 70-point days. So
True. I mean, we have done, but I'm not holding my breath, especially when you've taken that first match out of the mix for a high-scoring game.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I'm just saying.
It's possible. It's
possible. And it would be very sad to see if it did happen. If I was the moneymakers, I'd be weeping. But yeah, looking at the leaderboards here as we go down, Onyx Ravens, 17th place. What happened? They've been brought back into that bottom 4. I didn't want to see that. That beautiful Deagle play as well.
Yeah, that is unfortunate. I think it was... Who jumped out of the bottom 4? Oh, it was BEŞİKTAŞ. To be fair, I kind of get it now.
It makes sense.
Yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. The BEŞİKTAŞ were able to jump out over them.
Yeah, the circle there was pretty mad for them.
Yeah, it certainly was pretty tricky stuff as we run over these highlights for that previous game. I feel like there was a lot of like cool, interesting, dynamic decision making going on in the first 2 circles. Like, oh wow, it looks like it's going to be over to Cave, but no, it's over on that West Island. And then basically just like the circle cancelled the game, and everybody just had to wait until BEŞİKTAŞ won.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it was because it was in between the water, right? Which is the awkward thing.
Yeah, definitely. Pretty tricky to handle.
Matrix, right there.
Sorry?
Turned to the Turkish casters for a second.
I don't know. I haven't brushed up on my Turkish, so maybe we'd make a little bit of a fool of ourselves if that were to happen. But no, we've maintained normalcy. We've
have I been seeing things?
No,
the same
it did happen.
Thing as me?
Or did it? I don't think it did. Did you see it? Because I didn't.
You gaslighting me now? Stop
Absolutely. Well, there's no break coming up. Don't know what you're talking about. There is actually a break. Come on. Don't leave me hanging like this, please.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
Welcome back to the PMSL EMEA, where we are getting ready to hopefully maintain our own sanity, because it feels like, Blank, you had come back and focus. There you are. Whoa, whoa, okay.
Whoa.
Okay, maybe not. I guess we're just going wacky or wild with it into Erigel as well. But that last Sanok, I mean, what do you do with a circle like that? It's kind of just all over as soon as that sort of stuff pops. But it's in those situations that really powerful, strong, talented teams can make the most of those scenarios, and that's what really separates teams when it comes to these tables, right?
I don't know. I'd call it talented from Beşiktaş.
They were really skilled. I meant more like who else can get like value out of those games.
Okay, I understand. Yeah, damn me, twisted minds.
Basically, yeah.
Very skillful.
Best team in the tournament.
100%. That's so mean.
They're so bad. No, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I mean, for Virtus Pro, they have a good chance there from the side of the map they're on, right? But tough challenge for a lot of these guys. And I think that if I thought Virtus Pro had in the bag, then it would have been a very nice game for them. Brute Force just not able to make this one happen. I think if you are Brute Force, you're potentially looking to hold out the guys from Beşiktaş. Just doesn't quite happen there.
See our players using the INFINIX GT20 Pro here, the official smartphone of the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA. Get your hands on one of those, and you can compete with the best, I'm sure. Well, if you put the practice in, that is. It's not going to do everything for you. It'll do a lot.
But not everything. It might cook you dinner, but no win you game.
What?
Buy you monster.
What are you
but
talking
no get you
about?
placement point.
Blank. Do you know what? I agree. I think you're absolutely right.
Yeah. The GT20 Pro is good for many things. But it's the skill of the players on the phones that really makes them GT20 Pro stand out. The official smartphone sponsor of the PMSL EMEA. It's a cool looking phone, man.
It has a ring on the back. It glows blue, and it does look pretty cool.
Oh, yeah.
Plane path over from Georgia Pole down to Sosnovka military base on the west side, so maybe difficult for teams to get out east towards Yasnaya. 3D Max are going to be able to get there nonetheless. They'll grab those vehicles and roll along that north coast and be unimpeded by S2G. We thought it might help them out in that last match. Was not to be the case. Lipovka as well, a little bit far out of the way. Areas like Milta, unlikely to see teams breaking there, unless the circle pops out that direction.
Unless it does a previous Sandhawk circle, yeah, that's the real question, right? But checking out the playing path, currently a lot of teams forced to crunch their way in over towards this western side. It's funnily enough because I think a few of these teams in Georgia Pole have been waiting for a playing path like this for quite some time, wanting to actually be in this position. Unfortunately, not been able to get there as of late. 3D Max heads up towards Severny, and the circle is far east. This is where I want to see 3D Max moving quite quickly from wherever they are. I mean, they've already got an elimination over towards Virtus Pro, but Yasnaya, it's open. They know it's open. It's their drop spot. Head over there.
They should be over pretty fast, but maybe they're going to fall short and go Severny, unless Virtus Pro go ahead of them. But it was like Virtus Pro maybe looking to cut off the players from 3D Max. I mean, not entirely sure what's going on here, but either way, 3D Max slowly grabbing some loot on their original drops before they're getting in those vehicles. And it might actually be a Severny rotation.
Yeah, it kind of looks like, on the other hand, looking to head further over towards the pizza slice, over towards that south side of Severny. Yeah, hardly any teams already making it in. Sally playing around the missile. Pretending not to exist.
Oh dear. I think he is. That is so bold from Ali. But
see you later.
Ader's out of ammo. He doesn't have ammo left. Nobody can take you down in the glade if you don't have bullets, I guess. I mean, is this huge brain strat? Like, what? There's quite a few teams who have dropped down here, right? Okay, to be fair, you've had Brute Force, you've had Onyx Ravens, you had Foot Chaos as well. But even so.
I like that. Sally was under pressure, and he was like, look at me, I'm a bird! And everyone started taking shots at him. Evasive maneuvers.
He's legitimately, though, drawn all of the ammo out of Ado.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what Vickers is
Why
fighting.
is he shooting at Sally?
Oh, now he's got it. The ping might have been off. And they pick him up. But he's taken the ammo out of the player at Ado behind the fence so that he can't fight his teammate. This is huge brain plays.
Literally cosplaying a raven in the air. Unreal behavior.
I mean, you're on the airstrip. You got to do it. I need more of that in my life.
Yeah, so do I. That was an incredible play. Very unconventional, but incredible. Over towards that north side, I think finally 3D Max are making that rotation over towards Yasnaya. Tiny bit late, maybe some would say. Some might say that they knew it was open, so they could take a little bit more time up towards Severny. Those are just the voices arguing in my head over whether it was a good idea or not. But yeah, heroic 16th place now. It's crazy the split towards 9th till 16th. 111 points. Really, it's more 11th to 16th, right? 97 to 82. Even down to 18th place, 77. It's 20 points between 18th place and 11th. It's a really evenly matched lobby until you get to the top dogs, right?
Yeah.
Where a lot of the points have been vacuumed up.
You kind of have, I would say, 3 brackets, maybe 4 brackets of teams right now.
Include Twisted Minds.
I mean,
they're in a bracket of their own.
I mean, yeah, kinda. No, to be fair, the bracket I'm looking at is the teams vying for that first place position, which is like Moneymakers, who are unlikely to be able to do it at this stage, IWNRX and Team Spirit. And then you've got teams like S2G, RCB, Brute Force, NIGMA Galaxy, Virtus Pro in that second bracket. And then from there on downwards, you have this sort of flexible third bracket, right? Which may break off into a fourth bracket if you want to make that division maybe at 13th place with Digital Athletics.
Oh, okay. That's slightly less bad.
The 5th bracket with Twisted Minds.
The 5th bracket with Twisted
The legendary 5th bracket.
Yeah. Absolutely unbelievable.
Like, we're being quite mean to them, but like, they aren't playing very well, and they aren't doing...
Well, I mean, you look at everyone else's scores.
Yeah.
And I don't...
Is there anything to be said for the fact that they're in Group E with, like, NIGMA Galaxy, Team Spirit? Like,
No, I don't think that causes that many problems, right? I think when you're in a tough group really only benefits that top, like some of the top teams that are trying to vie for those top positions. So when those tough players aren't in, they can maybe push in for it. I think if you're in a tough group, maybe you can blame it on a little bit. I feel like it should embolden you and improve you as time goes on. Yeah. It is such a difference in points, though.
Yeah. It's... Like, there's not really much more to say about it other than they aren't playing well this tournament, which is unfortunate, you know? They maybe just need to figure something else out.
It's very sad as well, because in the past in PMPLs, you never really had this hard drop-off before. Like now in PMSL EMEA, you just have a really nice set of teams. So it's actually harder to stand out between the rest, unless you're playing extremely well towards the top side, like IWNRX, Moneymakers, Team Spirit. In some ways, S2G, I'd say. I think that if they hadn't had those first unfortunate days, they'd be in a running for a really, really high placement. So I'm excited for the second week for S2G. More than any other team, I'm excited for S2G's second week. Right. But yeah, it's a tough one to stand out here.
Heroic, close to BEŞİKTAŞ. Tospic might be in a bit of danger, but he's got that buggy. He does want to bug out now. Ragnarok takes a couple of shots and gets back behind. A little bit more cover. This is on the northwest shore, just out north of Rozhok, west of Yasnaya. Not too many teams going to be rotating through this area with the circle as it is. Heroic definitely the backstop of the teams out on this side. If something goes wrong on the southwest side with NIGMA Galaxy and Power, potential for them to fly on a long rotate and go for a completely different strategy, but even then that's unlikely. That just got a whole lot more likely, though. Taking a look at this next circle, Pop Blank.
Yeah, if I'm NIGMA Galaxy right now, I'm super intending to just turn this ship around.
Super intending. I like it.
Yeah, and as is Power. In fact, Power's made the decision way before NIGMA Galaxy, which is frustrating.
They Giga intended it.
They Giga intended to head back up towards the north side. Why are they at Potato Hill? There's nothing to scout here. Okay? Leave.
It's
Return
like
from whence thine came.
It's like when you just go through the motions, right? You're so trained in like, okay, we need to scout this location. It's really valuable to rotate. Oh wait, there's nobody here and we should be going. You're sort of locked into that in your mind, right? You're just going through the motions sometimes.
I mean, most teams with this circle will have already rotated out from shooting range, so I think it's a stellar stellar decision coming through from Power. And again, you've got to love the trust in that team for someone to make the call as soon as that circle pops, and everyone just be like, nod, yes, I believe in this rotate, and head straight back up towards that north side. And it is a good one, but it only happens if you can have that trust in one another. Gladiators will hit Nomi here. An unfortunate start, especially with 3D Max coming through. Remember, Team Spirit is a team that we have to watch here. And that nade might take down effect, does just dodge it. But yeah, Team Spirit, if they go down here, John, it really impacts their chances on the rest of the day.
Moving up to that first place, I don't think is really a realistic task for them with the gap that they have if they go down in this stage against IWNRX. But both of them could draw short. Both of them could fall off just that little bit earlier than they would like to. We saw what happened last match. Nomi back up now, though. And 3D Max disengaging fully. They've allowed the survival of Team Spirit for a little bit longer.
Nice.
Naomi doesn't like Tixi up on that high ground, though, and he'll take him right back down.
That's a really clean shot, and I think they're going to push on this. And you know what? It's not a bad decision, considering 3D Max are the ones who are harassing them there. They want to take this into rather a fight that becomes a pinch, and instead take this into an engagement where they can isolate one of these teams. Naomi will get the grenade off first. It looks pretty good. A lot of damage goes in, and I think they're able to clean up these players, but there is the backstops coming through here.
They have got the cover. Nomi wants that res yet again. Kitsune blooming that smoke. They've got into cover, and you're right. This play has paid off really nicely now for Team Spirit. Having this northern shore, sure, you're under that watchful eye of Virtus Pro from the north, but nobody's going to be pushing you further in. Gladiators are shrunk down to 2, and it is really, really valuable now. Effect with that position over towards Yasnaya can feedback info on 3D Max, and nobody else is over there. Wow. This has not been a kind circle for 2 maps running now. We've sort of been topsy-turvy on these shifts, like north side, south side of this river. And I think Team Spirit might regroup to the north side of Yasnaya and give up that lakeside.
Yeah, we are really having some big ping-ponging action going on today. And that would have been a nice compound to hold if Team Spirit were able to get it. Again, what a great pick-off coming through from Naomi, and then instantly the team rotates on top of him. You love to see it. And again, I think he's so confident in his ability to hit those nades. He's already pulling it out as soon as he reached it. And even then, like, you had the guys on Gladiators pop the pin, then put the pin back in again and reevaluate. That's not Naomi's very difficult to beat when it comes to a nade out. Pre-pod coming in over towards NIGMA Galaxy. Again, they're split. They've got an anchor in place, but the general idea of what NIGMA Galaxy wants to do in these games is unclear so far.
They haven't really got anything going for them at this stage. They're right on the edge. They're split apart. There's a lot of teams around them. Difficult to make the most of this one. I'm looking at teams towards the center, Blank, and thinking about who has a big, powerful area. I'm looking at Onyx Ravens with the excellent compound that overlooks Yaz Fields. I'm looking at Digital Athletics over by the compound to that West Yaz Bridge. And I'm thinking about 3D Max as well. They've underperformed, but from South Yaz, this is their stomping ground. They know fights in this area. Can they make anything happen here?
Southside Yaz is very nice when it comes to at least having that position to look down through the fields. Onyx Ravens takes a really good spot as well, and definitely has room to hold 2 teams. But if you can hold these 2 spots as long as possible, that's also really good, because there's an efficient retreat back to where Vigors is currently playing for Onyx Ravens. That's on the south side, the south compound. So I like what they're currently doing right now, and I think a more timid team, or at least an Onyx Ravens from day one, would have probably fully committed down towards the south compound here, but instead, no, they're going to try and hold on to both of them. I am really pleased to see that.
3 players still alive. They will just continue to march on through. Heroic on the northwest side. I feel like Heroic is probably in the worst spot out of maybe any team at this stage. They either are going to have to break down south past all of those entrenched teams on that west side, or go through the high ground that Na'Vi currently hold. They might be able to find some sanctuary on the north shore of the lake, and I think with this circle, we'll see them divert to go for it. It goes up towards Yasnaya. It cuts out the players on the south side of Yaz Fields, and North Yaz actually becomes very, very valuable here. Team Spirit in a great spot.
What a nightmare circle. So many teams. It's probably one of the most awkward circles to have here as well, because, like I say, it cuts out Brute Force's compound on the south side. It cuts out the favorable part for Onyx Ravens, where now a full-on crash is likely to happen over towards their side if they're not careful, from IWNRX potentially. At the moment, most teams probably will be confirming over towards the S9 to just try and hold on to a bit of safety as long as possible. See here, football is just getting ripped to pieces, and that's in fact our first team to go down during this. So there's been some good rotation so far from most of these squads to remain alive this long.
The high ground onto Heroic. So I thought they might be in the worst position out of any of these teams, but they've gotten to the compound, they've gotten some cover, and they can G themselves up to go again on the next step. But Power have infiltrated on that shoreline now, and Heroic might not have anywhere to go. No room at the inn. What can they find? They are leaving the player AXA out back for Na'Vi to keep that overwatch, to keep that position. And I think that's going to be pretty valuable in securing the forwards three for Na'Vi into their next position.
So they take the exact same spot as Gladiators before. Team Spirit sort of playing this covert mission over towards the east side of the lake. I don't mind it. I think that they are fairly confident that this is not going to be a northern shift on the circle. They don't have to take too much precedent, and they don't want to have to come down the hill here. You can see there are sight lines towards that position.
FLUX hopping out in the fields with the blue zone shrinking, approaching South Yaz from this area. It's basically a game of whack-a-mole for the teams on that South Yaz position. If you can duck back behind those hay bales, it's great. But other than that, it's going to be really, really tough going. And FLUX instead going to opt to send out wide into the blue and try and play to the east side of Yaz. It's probably the best chance they have, even if they are going to take a little bit too much damage for their liking.
He's coming in from Heroic, and that will pop. It's an awkward pop on it as well. Left it to just charge up. Gonzo in the back line, holding on for as long as possible. One pops over towards him. What are these nades, man? I don't quite understand. Worked out finally.
I didn't think Heroic were going to be able to make much of their position on the side with Na'Vi holding that high ground, but the Na'Vi split. They allowed Heroic to backfill, and it's gone pretty well for them. So hats tip to Heroic. Good job there. IWNRX playing around with BEŞİKTAŞ right now, and at the moment, it seems like BEŞİKTAŞ are getting the job done against one of the stronger teams in this tournament right now.
BEŞİKTAŞ over towards that western side. Do you have a little bit further to go? But it's IWNRX who is holding them out.
Oh, that's pretty nasty. Nade over to Lewis. On the mark this time, Kakali. A little bit of damage from behind the tire, but Zetwolf does go down. IWNRX holding on the far side of this road. Still yet to get the confirm over onto BEŞİKTAŞ. We've got a couple more nades. It is just frozen now for IWNRX, and the reses are starting to come through. Two players active for BEŞİKTAŞ. He steps up, frozen, looking for the spray, pulls Kakali out. Tospic now, the last to stand for them, but there's third-party shots coming from long distance. It's either 3D Max or maybe the Onyx Ravens from that southwest side that are going to make it really, really tough. But both of those teams now, BEŞİKTAŞ and IW Next Ruya, are going to have a tough time moving forwards. With the circle as it is, I mean, it's just getting better and better for Team Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, if Team Spirit are able to get some more eliminations on this match and get to a high placement, wow, that was cruelty in action. Team Spirit able to get some more points on this match, get a high placing. You know, they could break even with IWNRX at the end of this one.
I think Heroic just sent straight into the middle of an active gunfight between the duo of Power and Na'Vi. And they want to take the fight on both fronts. I think it might be an overextension here, and they are going to lose a player at the start. A second one goes down. Volt now the last player alive? Heroic could have just chosen one of the duos to crash onto and had a better chance than this.
Yeah, I don't know who the IGL is on that team, but I think they misunderstand a pincer movement, because this is where you are pincer between two teams and not necessarily pincering one team. You pincered yourself, guys. All right?
The rare self-pincer maneuver is not one you see too often. Effect from Team Spirit breaking out on this north edge. They want to clear these duos away. Heroic did manage to take out Team Power, but they've lost the majority of their players in the process, so they're just playing as two. They're behind the queue on Na'Vi, and Team Spirit investing on getting out here. It's really heads up, I think, to send 3 players from Team Spirit over this direction, because you know nobody's really going to be breaking out the north side of Yaz at this point.
I'm not sad. Ooh, this is an opportunity for Team Spirit. I don't think Heroic knows just yet that the other squad's coming in. Now they're pincering. Shots coming through. Effect takes a big heavy hit here. We'll have to get the first aid kit on. Kitsune's been left behind. This is a good anchor, but the rest of the team can return over towards them.
Okay, Na'Vi now down. Not going to leave Heroic unscathed. That might be the best play that you could make right now, jumping into the lake.
Well, Kitsune should have eyes on.
Might be more worried about the players in the mainland and keeping track of those. I don't think he's spotted it. I'm not sure which way he's looking out. I think, yeah, he just took a tag from something. I think Team Spirit are somewhat aware. Effect will be looking to get some healing done as well. The swim from Heroic as Team Spirit will just regroup. Did Naomi just get turned around by Nomi there? I think he did.
I think they were just a little bit reversing out of that. I think they overstayed their welcome slightly. IWNRX have made it in onto the coastline. But again, this is what I mean. This is the difference between NIGMA Galaxy and Team Spirit here, is that there's a clear game plan, right? They don't take the high ground. They leave that to themselves. They know tons of teams are going to be coming in that way, so they can third party on it, return back towards that compound underneath on the anchor. So the game plan is very understandable coming through from this crew.
Now, with the resurgence of their players, they can wade into the fight, but Scarface able to exact a toll on them. Nomi goes down, gets flushed. Naomi has an answer towards him, but the high ground still being maintained can be valuable for maybe the next 10 seconds, because he is going to have to move. Look at that, the blue zone starting to get on in there.
It's slightly unfortunate for Team Spirit. I mean, I think they did get a little bit crazy with it, considering the sight lines. Naomi takes down Zachariah. Shots there will confirm it. 7 eliminations. These guys are hungry for the kills here in this match.
Well, with IWNRX on 2 players, this is a good opportunity to try and close the gap, if they're able to do it. 3D Max in the meantime, 5 eliminations so far on the board as well. They've been able to do a little bit more here in their home ground, in the Yaz drop area. They know the ground. Nice and familiar stuff coming on through. Frozen just using that back of the buggy, Peek's advantage, to spot out Volt. They've got to know he's on this dockland, surely.
Yeah, he's keeping it clean for now. Some good scouting from Frozen. A mini 14.
Ooh.
Absolutely claps him.
Straight to the dome. You know, should be able to get that res. They have got the cover, but that's a headshot straight to the helmet, to the armor of Team Spirit. Twisted Minds still alive right now. They've got an elimination, but Brute Force are right to their south. The next circle is going to be really important as to which teams are going to be having to move in this next circle.
Yeah, there's a slight worry there for Team Spirit, though, because they have gone a bit gung-ho, and so much utility has been lost between these fights. Helmets, You know, first aid kit's been expended, smoke. I think what they're relying on right now is going to be a Western shift on the circle, forcing a lot of teams out of Yaz. But IW next Ru is going to be a constant threat towards them, and both those players aren't slouches, as Team Spirit just found out. Having the Mini 14 in hand for Frozen is going to be deadly in terms of picking up those points. So for a game where Team Spirit potentially could have closed that gap, IW next Ruya is doing a great job at salvaging this one. And again, their compound is within the circle.
This is a King of the Hill game right now. Team Spirit, the team to beat. Even with 3 players, they are still in a fearsome overlooked position. Immediately lighten up Corker. Kitsune goes down, and Zedwolf next, IW next Ruya, they are still giving it over towards Team Spirit. Twisted Minds taking their fight with Brute Force and doing pretty well to start things off. Freezer goes down. Okay, Twisted Minds, they might have heard us say they weren't playing too well. 3D Max on their roadblock, crashing on up towards Coldex. It's not going well though. Last player to stand, Snowix lays down the lead towards that shack. Will be able to finally get that knock in response. Digital Athletics want to try and pull him back up though, because Nico's in the fray. Snowix with one more shot, and that's going to do the job. Rob's low, calling for that res. The smoke, they don't have time to wait for it to bloom. He tags the res, and they can stay as 4, but they do not have a lot of time with the blue zone crunching in behind them.
That was terribly close on Robs. I like that Snowix decided to pick up Robs though there, understanding that right now he is the best player on the team. He's got a P90 as well, so looking for carnage. Honestly, I don't think Kitsune should continue to peek over towards IW next Ruya. What they should be doing right now is focusing on just picking up as many eliminations as possible. Already a lot have slipped through their fingers purely because they've not been able to take these shots whilst they're getting Kitsune back up. They only had one man on the ground with a gun in hand.
Twisted Minds eating far too much ordnance to stay alive on this one. They might have been able to take on Brute Force, but I just don't think they can go much further here. With the nades rolling downhill from Team Spirit, with the spray down on the sidelines from Virtus Pro, Kitsune's just racking these ones up, knocking them back. Effect chiming in as well. Twisted Minds eliminated. 10 eliminations now for Team Spirit.
Yeah, it's a big, big match for them. Kitsune up to 6 of them.
Let's go.
It's a very, very nice result for him. He has been so quiet over the past year, not able to really let loose. I think they tried a little bit of time where the strategy was to let Kitsune play a little bit more loose and fast. It seems within this team, he can very much trust the other players to make decisions on their own, so he can take those shots here and there. Still losing to some of the best players in the lobby in terms of gunfights, but, you know, certainly putting up a good result here. IWNRX are still nipping at the heels. Finally, though, the blue will force them out of position. And Team Spirit, this whole game has been so masterfully orchestrated by Team Spirit.
What can you do here? I mean, it's all just coming on through. And that Mini 14, you're right, is just getting a lot of value for IWNRX. 3D Max, though. Snowix down, but potential to keep that res going on the south side will be very, very tough as Team Spirit continue to just pop those nades in. That one bounced off the tree, I believe. Could have been devastating, so some much-needed respite for 3D Max.
Coming to the last dregs of ammo here, and Effect doesn't really want to waste too much of it. Narvalo finds Zedwolf, and he will be cleaned out. That looks like a decent nade, but doesn't do any damage. I think not too many left now in the back pocket. Naomi using the cover on the side of the crate there. Heroic's got a lot of value outside that Doc's position.
That is, yeah. Is it going to be the Dammy repeat from that last game? The swimmer comes in second to Team Spirit on that high ground position. IWNX Ruya finally going down, and 3D Max now up to 8. I think that might be 9 eliminations. Snowix taking the shots over to Effect, and actually they found an opening. Kitsune's the last to stand. It's kind of flipped around here, and 3D Max have a shot on this one. Snowix is down, but Robs is there. Victor and Narvalo on the back lines, however, leaving just 2 players up top. Robs really needs to find this res here. to try and get 3D Max back to full force. They're looking for the shots
Yo.
over on that sideline and pushes them back off this high ground. Kitsune needs effect to work out, but can Volt have an impact now? He doesn't have a nade.
That's a clutch little carry. Nade's pretty close to him. But yeah, carried them right outside the danger zone there, did Kitsune. Read it perfectly. But yeah, tough scenario for Team Spirit. 2v4 effectively. Volt behind the tree. You wonder if Kitsune spotted him, but he is in full purview of Volt here. Definitely awkward.
Robs with the nade. Over the top, gets some damage, but effect drops off. Kitsune stays high. Robs and SnowX cooking nades. Victor joins in the volley. Another one over the top gets Kitsune down. They need this res, but I don't think they're going to have time. Effect's just going to have to manhandle it. Unfortunately, 3D Max just rolling on in. They are biding their time somewhat, and they are sticking this res. Kitsune might be up for it. Volt also could have an impact on this fight. Robs up and onto the roof. He's seen him. Volt has been spotted, and Robs does take him down. Effect onto the inside, re-knocked almost immediately. And 3D Max in a Yasnaya finish. They've had S2G taken out of their way, and they ran riot through the city. 23 points on the match. Team Spirit get high value, but in the end, they were taken down by a push out, a nade in the right place, and a 3D Max with a chicken dinner.
Yeah, I think for 3D Max there, yes, they get the Yaz position. They knew it was open. They made the right call to move over there early. Robs, once again, really putting on a masterclass for us. Really good on the grenades. The grenade over the top side towards Kitsune was perfection. And exactly what they needed. And they managed to hold on to a lot of nades for that endgame just purely because they had that compound position for so long. But Kitsune, man, first player to break 1100 on a game. That is some wonderful work from this guy. I think it's the first time in a long time we've seen this guy step up as a fragger. And he looked great doing it. Again, I think that Team Spirit sort of had a rougher time considering they're harried by so many teams. But the fact I think they had a battle with about 4 separate teams on that northern edge. 17 points, they'll be pleased with that one. They doubled up from IWNRX, so not quite caught up yet, but they're getting there.
Certainly looking to try and keep that challenge going. Everybody wanting to finish out their week strong. 3D Max, 23 points on the match. And a nice result for them. I do want to put a little bit of an asterisk onto what we've been saying about Kitsune, about how powerful he was there. They did opt to put him on that rooftop, right, which is obviously going to be the player who's spotting out quite a lot of these positions. But in order to execute on that, you still have to be a very, very talented player. And that's, I mean, we're used to seeing it from Kitsune. We've been disappointed a few times over the last couple of days of games, but really great to see that return.
Yeah, I think that honestly, they'll be super pleased with that result overall. And this is what they needed today. This is what they needed. They needed to come in with some very hot games. I think so far today, it's about 24 points total that they've accrued over 2 games. So 12 points average, which is really, really good. They can keep that sort of thing going. Wonderful news for them, and that should be enough. IWNRX is struggling slightly to get into some of these zones, but still with that same firepower that we were used to from yesterday. And I think it is a bit terrifying for Team Spirit coming into this match, considering IWNRX were so efficient on our angle yesterday. But it looks like that first game has removed a lot of those jitters for them.
Hopefully they will stay jitter-free as we head over to a break to come back with our next Aaron Go. PMSL EMEA continues with another dose of Erangel. Up next, we are going to be heading on over to the grassy pastures once more. My name is John Allen. With me is Blank, and we just saw a pretty kind of two similar matches, despite being on different maps. With BEŞİKTAŞ taking that hilltop finish, and then Team Spirit being, well, denied the hilltop finish in that last one.
Yeah, I mean, Team Spirit almost getting it done there, but 3D Max, I think they made a great rotate down towards that south side. I don't think we talked about it too much there, but it was fantastic to be able to make that happen versus IWNRX. I think a lot of players had sightlines over towards them, even dealing with BEŞİKTAŞ. Remember, they went down to just three knocks with just Snowix alive, and he was able to clutch it out, got Robs back up again, and Robs was an integral member taking down Team Spirit on the top of that hilltop. So yeah, it was a really good game from 3D Max, but I think again the big story is the fact that right now we are seeing a bit of doubling up coming through from Team Spirit over IW Next 3, two teams that are vying out that first place position.
Definitely is going to be a little bit more back and forth there. Would have been great to add a couple of extra points. Those 4 extra points are laddering up from second to first, and those eliminations to the tally for Team Spirit, but they're not going to be able to own that opportunity. Good news is, though, they're still going to be able to chase that moneymakers position. So likely that they're going to end up at least in second, especially after that performance.
Yeah, exactly. So this is still fantastic news for Team Spirit, despite anything that happens going forward. Being able to put yourself at the top of the tally for those bonus points, really good news. Second place is still decent going into next week. I think it's a tall task for Team Spirit to take over IWNRX, specifically with the fact that they've got 3 chicken dinners yesterday. Overall, they've been really on the ball with it. It does feel like, though, Team Spirit being back in the lobby has had an effect on IWNRX. They've not been able to take up those positions as easily anymore. Still looking fearsome when it comes to those gunfights, though, John.
Yeah, definitely don't want to be meeting them when their barrel's pointing down range at you. It's not going to be pleasant going. That is for sure. And I think I would also continue to think about the gunfighting prowess coming through from... I've completely lost my train of thought. I think I was going to talk about Onyx Ravens for just a moment before it all went wonky inside my head. But yeah, Onyx Ravens, I feel like they had a good position in that last circle. They were kind of just beaten to the punch on that west edge, but their gunfights continue to be a little bit cleaner, a little bit better. And I think the same can be said of Twisted Minds. And I don't want to like sort of jump the gun here, but I feel like we've seen them now have 2 successful engagements.
Yeah, I think for Twisted Minds, it's looking slightly better, let's say. I don't know if it's looking amazing just yet, but for Twisted Minds, I've been told off for doing too many really cool high fives. All right, sit back down. Those high fives are dangerous. All right, you could hurt someone with that kind of high five. You've got too much power behind it.
It's just sonic boom just emanates from that high five. You've got to be careful. That's a lot of responsibility with power like that. I think Spider-Man said that.
With great high fives comes great responsibility. Maybe.
With great high fives, you look really sick, so keep doing it. That's what he said.
Well, I mean, if anything's true, it's that we should listen to Spider-Man.
That's
a great piece of wisdom here on the PMSL EMEA.
Many wisdoms, courtesy of your favorite superhero.
And also courtesy of...
Ooh, absolutely. Courtesy of Monster Energy. That's right. Unleash the beast with our official sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. Looks like they're repping Juiced on this desk. Going to be taking one of those various flavors, making sure that they are unleashing the beast at the appropriate time.
Oh, yeah. No unleashing the beast early, all right? Needs to be done at the opportune moment. And the opportune moment right now is when we did see the guys from 3D Max doing it towards the end game there. I mean, Snowix has actually been somewhat of a nice little addition to the team in terms of like shoring up the ship a little bit. Again, starting to feel a little bit like Robs is doing some of the heavy lifting, but Narvalo, look, still hitting those big numbers. And to be honest, you know what? I think we might need an average stats to this team for all the days to really get a better picture here, because it does feel like Robs is hitting those clutches, but maybe Narvalo is just silently being that really strong player for the team. But we won't know until we see those stats. Brute Force and Scream not having as good of a day so far. We wanted to see them really beast their way up towards that top side, but not been able to do it just yet.
No, we have been denied that opportunity, unfortunately. And with that, the chase towards that third place position that currently S2G are sat in is going to be a little bit more difficult for them, with NIGMA Galaxy and Virtus Pro also on that chase. Although, to be fair, NIGMA Galaxy also not having the greatest of starts today in their Sandhawk, really lackluster. A similar story again in that Erangel. They didn't really get going on that south side. They were denied quite frequently, and they were too split in that final engagement. They managed to pick something back together, but it just wasn't quite enough. So actually, our chasing teams in general not doing so hot there.
No, not doing too hot just yet. I mean, they want to catch up. I mean, 3D Max, that was a really good game to put them into 10th place. They're just behind. They're in that new bracket now, I would say. Well, actually, they're at the upper end of that bracket. FLUX being the next member on that list that they need to knock off. But a much more pleasant playing path this time around, John. We have seen some real cruel ones.
In Zaki, are we getting a Zaki hot drop? Na'Vi and Twisted Minds?
No one wants Zaki that bad.
Why on earth do you do... I mean, that's very, very weird, right? Like, there's no reason not to go for like a Stalba Kameshki split drop or a Saverni drop here if you're going to go for something like this. It's kind of wild that they've made that decision.
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure why you would do that with that kind of circle. Perhaps it's just both their backup drops.
I mean, Twisted Mind have been dropping there pretty consistently.
Yeah, well, I mean, for both Na'Vi and Twisted Minds, this would probably be my backup drop as well. I think you would have been forced out of most of the major ones, considering how poorly they've been performing up against some of these squads in the lobby. So this is sort of now a fight between two of the worst teams in the tournament so far, which is pretty unfortunate.
Wait, it's IWNRX versus Twisted Minds.
Wait, what?
I thought it was Na'Vi. I got baited by the colors. Oh my god.
But this is even weird.
Why is this
they
happening?
won points. They won points. So they're hot dropping Twisted Minds because they think they can take them down. Unfortunately, Twisted Minds, they're on a bit of a tear today, so it's not happening just the way that IWNRX would like.
I cannot believe this. This is reckless, right? IWNRX maybe celebrating their ascension to the first place right now after they leapfrogged Moneymakers in that previous match. They're now up to 197. And kind of, I mean, technically still resable, but what? Like, why? Whose idea was this? Whose call was this? This is not a CCT play.
No, man, it really is not a CCT play. And to be honest with you, for IWNRX, the only reason that I can think that they do something like this is because they're confident in the ability to finish off Twisted Minds really quickly over in this spot, because they know that they need to keep getting these points to stay ahead. You can see right now, Team Spirit up to 184 right now. You know, they're not far behind at all anymore. So for IWNRX, they could start a game, 4 eliminations, hold on to Zaki in a pretty comfortable fashion. Great news for them. But here we are. And it's not worked out the way they like it to.
Frozen this whole time has just been plinking away, I think, with the Iron Sight M24 on the sidelines. And Twisted Minds now have lost a player. Kind did not get flushed. They got that res. So successful, a point so far. The question is, how do they transition, right? Because the value of 4 points, they haven't even managed to get more than 1 at the moment. But the value of taking that hot drop is that you get a really decent chunk of points very early into the match. The difficulty is always that you spend time doing that, right? You don't establish yourself in the next phase.
Yeah, that is very much the difficulty, right? And so for IWNRX, it takes a little bit more time than potentially they were hoping it would. Yes, they get a couple of eliminations on that side. Was it really worth it? Oh my god, Solke, okay.
Okay, all right. We were preoccupied up in the north, and we missed Solke just having NIGMA Galaxy raining down from the sky. Coops jumps straight into a pump action and finds out what the business end can do. So not fortunate for NIGMA Galaxy. And again, a poor start to their game.
Yeah, a very poor start to NIGMA Galaxy's game. It's sad to see for NIGMA Galaxy because this is a team that I had high hopes for at the start. I mean, Ralph even said that they start well, they end bad. And that seems to be what's happening here. But sorry, Ralph, but some of your plays have been quite questionable during these games.
I have no idea why we're not doing so well now. Nobody could know,
it
right?
Must be Coops.
It must be
top
Coops.
fragger, top damage on the team, opening fights.
Coops, why am I down here? What's going on?
Seems to be some self-analysis required on that team.
Yeah, for Coops.
Yeah, definitely for Coops, because it's me, Coops. Why are you doing all this damage? Why are you opening fights for the team? Why are you initiating? You need to stop that.
Oh, dear.
So, yeah, but I feel a bit bad for him. But we'll see into next week, because, again, like I said, no joke, self-analysis really required. A little bit of looking inward.
I think perhaps a bit of credit needs to be given to NIGMA Galaxy. Finishing the days where they have done, obviously they have had some really strong results, but they still managed to accrue quite a lot of points, and they'll get some bonus points for this week, right? It's
I mean, they've not been attacked every day by us. We've been fairly pleasant about them. I think it's high time for a bit of a slander.
Just a spot of slander to top off the day. Excellent. Excellent. A choice morsel of slander over their way. We'll transition that away from Twisted Minds and over to them. We'll focus our ire on their direction. If they continue to do it, I think it's deserved.
It's more of a case that I actually really want this team to do well. Again, like I said, they were in my top 3 at the start of this tournament. And I'm not disappointed. I mean, like you said, 8th place is a good position. Why have you come back? Why have you come back?
It's the FLUX curse. A nade around the corner. Kine has the chance around the edge with the Bison. Yusuf goes down. They lose Swain. And they're annoyed about that, I feel. They've got 4 points.
By the way, Onyx Ravens gearing themselves up outside of Zaki.
Oh my god. This is the best play the Onyx Ravens could possibly make. Look at this. Ali was so confused. I saw him scouting it earlier and I made note of that. That he had gone up from Georgia Pole to say, what the hell is going on here? Zaki? Question mark? And he's slamming that question mark in bold italics right now, right into the faces of IWNRX, who are likely going to lose Zedwolf here.
Yeah, it depends how much meds they've got as well. I mean, Zedwolf, none. No meds whatsoever. Almost at stage 2. What a way to throw your lead. What a way.
I love it so much from Onyx Ravens.
I love it from Onyx Ravens as well. It's striking out to be one of my least favorite teams to one of my favorite teams in the lobby. They have made such a drastic change. I'm so pleased for it. They've evolved like a caterpillar into a beautiful butterfly.
They have pupated. Just the worst way to describe something like that.
It's disgusting, yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, saying that they've turned into beautiful butterflies. The proper way to do it, John.
No, I prefer gross terminology.
You're ruined. You're ruined here. Onyx Ravens the type of team that will just stay here.
There's no shot that you get out of this. At least unscathed, anyway. Oh my god, so much is happening, but like I don't really care.
I don't really care right now. This is
so great.
This is what overconfidence does to you guys at home, okay? This is the clear image of it right on your screens. Don't do it. You will be humbled eventually.
This is the best play today, right? Like it's got to be. The Onyx Ravens rotation. Even if they don't win this, so far I feel like it is one of the strongest, most heads-up plays because it's absolutely not a playbook play, right? This is an improvised play. It has to be. Because who edge guards a hot drop in Zaki ever?
It's a cross between an epic fail moment and an awesome play
yes,
moment.
Let's go, Leif.
This is so incredibly dumb.
Oh.
So incredibly dumb. And you know what? If IWNRX aren't able to take that first spot today because of this, they absolutely deserve that. This was one of the most stupid plays I've seen.
Full stop. Just ever. Lath once more. He's right up there. He's got the DBS. Kind jumping out. He's getting put to sleep. This is brilliant from Onyx Ravens. Frozen as well on the backlines. Has more to deal with than the person he's trying to nade on out. Lath does go down, but it's just Sedbull remaining. He didn't have any meds. He's trying to jump his way across. Maybe he can find a first aid somewhere, but all the bodies are back where he came from.
Maybe not a stupid play, but maybe a horribly unwise gamble. I think that's the better way to put it, right? Like, the gamble is that you jump in and you get 4 points right off the bat versus Twisted Minds. But it's so much safer, and they are a good team. They're a team that could play from anywhere on this map, get a central position and play off that one. I love the way they play when they play edge and then find nice little openings where they can start to field some points into the game. This was just, it's not their play style. It's not their type of gameplay. And it was a bad gamble, and it's not paid off.
Very questionable, I think, is the headline of that one.
What is the best outcome out of that, John?
IW
you
next
get 4
Ruya,
eliminations.
mate, very questionable play.
Yeah.
Everybody hates this.
Everybody hated that. You know, and I am an IWNRX fan right now, and I did hate that.
It's pretty bad. The counter question to that play, what can Team Spirit do with this, right? Can they out-earn this game? Because 4 points were earned by IWNRX for it. As poor as it was as a decision that we kind of think. Yeah. They did break 200 points, though, as well.
It would be very funny if Team Spirit goes out with 0 points.
What can Team Spirit do here, right? Because if they can out-earn, that is great news. If they can get a chicken dinner, even better, obviously.
Oh, dear me. I mean, I have a worry that they are gonna go out in 16th now.
I like their spot though.
The worst gamble in this tournament so far actually out-earned them. Yeah, their spot's good. You're right. Their spot is good. I like the 2-2 split. Again, the game plan. This seems to be a reoccurring trend now, is that their game plan is so clear every time we see it. You can see it on your map right now. You got the 2-2 split trying to crunch Virtus Pro before they want to control over towards the eastern side of Potato Hill. The worst thing that can happen to you if you try and control Potato Hill is getting backstabbed. Because you sort of have to control it on all 4 of the corners. And that's not possible to do if you've got 2 teams coming towards you. So Team Spirit just gathering as much information as possible before heading over there. So I really like that.
FLUX trying to hold out on their apartment corner.
Yo.
2 players.
FLUX in a good position. Oh, they've lost 2 players already.
They're already down.
We've missed so much.
I don't regret
after that IWNRX play.
I don't regret it. I think that was a good decision.
I'm so sad, actually, that FLUX is down to 2 players because they are in a good position. I was wondering if this is going to be one of those rare games where they decide to play the game.
Don't be silly. They do get 2 points, though, as a trade-off.
They have a good game on the final Miramar. I know the reason now. It is the home time joy.
Hell yeah. That's what I mean. You know, you gotta live for the little moments, right?
Yeah. After this game, we get to go home. Okay, we'll play well.
Let's close this one out quickly then. It's quit time.
That's actually what's happening, but
no, you are.
I am a little bit. Anyway, we don't have enough. The statistics don't prove it yet. We'll have to wait till that final Miramar. And so will you at home. Stick around, see if it happens, and then laugh at me when it doesn't.
I'm trying to remember who our MVP was from yesterday. I think it was Virtus. No, not Virtus. Who did we get as MVP? I'm trying to think about who's going to be in the TDM, because if it was a player from...
It was a guy from NRX. It was...
No, because was it? I have to go back and double check.
Was it? It wasn't Kine or Zedwolf.
Was it? Oh, I think it was an IWNX player, but who?
It wasn't Kine or Zedwolf. I know that because we both lost the coin
Was it
toss.
Swain?
It was Swain.
Okay, and they had the call out, which means that off the back of this game, they're going to have to go into the TDM.
Yeah.
Goodness me. That's going to be rough. Circle pops up and goes over towards Foot Chaos on the roadside. You've got Team Spirit on that south edge, and Na'Vi just a little bit ahead of them. So they're going to have to reclaim that ground from them.
I mean, Footballers Chaos, pretty happy with their northeast side right now. 3D Max lost a player, or at least got a knock that came through on their side towards Narvalo. FLUX taking shots over towards the Gladiators, not quite done yet. The Gladiators find themselves out in no man's land. Questionable rotates coming through from Gladiators quite a few times now. I'm not going to go as far as say headless chickens, but some of these rotates do, you know, raise some eyebrows. Let's put it that way.
I can't believe you call Kitsune a chicken head. That's really mean. Either way, Onyx Ravens, my favorite team in this match. Yeah, exactly, because they are headless now. They don't have the chicken head.
True.
It's Onyx Ravens battling back and forth with BEŞİKTAŞ. And 2 players down for BEŞİKTAŞ. I'm rooting for the Onyx Ravens, purely because of what's happened earlier in this match. And that is a beautiful nade over the top from Ali. Tospic low, Poser as well, trying to get out wide, and Ali might have a little bit more to say.
No!
Single fire! No!
Ali!
Oh, Ali, please. It was going so well. He's going to drop out the heel before the shotgun shot can land and spray for a third. He could have had all 4. But you know what? He had to nerf himself a little bit playing on that single fire.
He did well there. You know what? I feel for him.
That's so
I feel for him a lot. I've done it so many times, and it is so frustrating.
I'm going to get you.
I've done it in situations where I was so ready to peek, and when I peeked, it just goes, boop, and I was like, well, where's the rest of the bullets? And then I die, and I go back to the lobby. Luckily for Ali, he's far better than I am at this game, so he's able to
playing
recover.
with a musket right now.
Yeah, he's able to recover all the way from the 1600s.
Oh dear. This game is a joy. Wow. 3D Max, 3 players alive, playing towards the northeast side. Sequestered a little bit into their compound. And right now, having a tough time under the watchful gaze of Heroic, but they've got a lot of open ground around them, meaning that they're fairly safe for the time being. And they can keep on surviving.
Now Rob's here. Well, a little cheeky peek up towards Virtus Pro. They know exactly where they are. I mean, 3D Max did try and get further down towards the south, but were locked out. Team Spirit on that south side alongside with Power, as well as Na'Vi. Bit of a weird ending, honestly. You got apartments over towards that northwest side. It's fairly open around this area. I think you look at the map and it is footballist. You have the strongest position. That was one hell of a wipeout coming through from Team Spirit on towards Virtus Pro. Fury and Milky Way exiting the game incredibly quickly and not even allowed to leave. Goodness me, Malloy running away, tail between his legs here, effect. Dangerous predator within the game.
And Team Spirit starting to add points to their tally. They now have equalized the 4 points that was the payout for one of the plays of all time from IWNRX, as they are going to be up on those 4 points. But the circle shifts away from them, and it looks like they've just taken a flush, maybe just a knock there out on that.
Yeah, they finished off
southeast
Power.
side.
Yeah. There was one guy, I think it was Kante, who you can't really count out, but they do challenge out for it. I think they have to worry a little bit for brute force. You might have heard that fighting. I think 3 pods coming back to the rest of the team.
Reses are starting to come through for Team Spirit. They did have 2 knocks on their side, and they can get everyone back up to their feet. They have just done so. So 5 points on the game. They started the match at 13 points behind. They've now put a 1-point dent in that difference. As we are going to reach the halfway mark of the day after this match.
Yeah, man, I think for IWNRX as well, brain is wobbling around in the head at the moment. And a little bit dizzy after that play they made earlier. So you're really hoping that they can kind of compartmentalize what just occurred and get back on their bike, because they're a team that by all means deserve that first place position. Great shots coming out the buggy. Straight onto Na'Vi there from Team Spirit.
They're rolling up onto the south side. A pretty important compound on that south edge to try and take control of. Nades starting to pour in through the window. Kitsune close, but didn't go down. They're bursting high. They're worried about the rooftop there. Naomi somehow dodges that nade. I thought that was right on the money. Kitsune does finally go down. The first blood is drawn. Axa on the off angle, launching nades. That strong overarm there. One over towards effect, but nothing really landing. It's a lot of noise, but not too much impact here. Nades continue to keep going on in from effect and Nomi on the backlines as the res is going on in the shadow of this ordnance bombardment.
And more nades been sent through, but like you say, just absolutely nothing. That one looks good for the back line.
Ooh.
Hunter finally goes down. So many nades invested on this fight. And I mean, why not? It's at least a bit of a compound for you. Another great grenade there. So many costs here. They must be so low on them at this point. But in comes...
Oh dear.
More damage from Axa on the side. I think Team Spirit should be able to finish this one off with all members alive.
Oh dear. Yeah, no,
Just Gonzo.
Axa spotted. That's a third party from FLUX, so they do need to be careful. Spirit has effect on the rooftop, and Na'Vi will be pushed aside. They have got still Gonzo to deal with, and Puncher's back up now. Can they get the heal? Effect still on the rooftops. FLUX still a worry, and Gonzo jump spray with the UMP. Good for one. Team Spirit still starting to flag. FLUX not in a position to fully third party this, given that there are only one player here. It's just Ketch. The res came through onto Naomi. He's back up, in through the door. Puncher wants to send these shots with the DBS, and they will be able to find that first knock, but Nomi round the edge, and he holds base strong against Na'Vi. Down one player. Kitsune falls, but Team Spirit up to 8 eliminations now. Who's this?
You have Heroic coming in, and Naomi lucky that the nade bounces off the door. More going around the backside. He's taking a lot of damage here. Drops some smokes, denies some of the sideline. It's just Molotovs. Does Heroic even have grenades? I think they do. They're just not really sending them.
Have to move up north. I don't think Heroic are going to fully commit. Yeah, no, they only sent 2 people up. The circle being as it is, they don't need to go for this right now. It might have been an opportunity when the health bars were quite low, but they know that as soon as they spent more than like 15 seconds up there, it's likely that they're facing full power players.
Yeah, it was a lukewarm entry, let's put it that way. Nice spray down from Tixie. Expect no less from the player at this point. True veteran of the game. And probably one of the very, very first players that kind of took that mantle as one of the best fraggers in EU. FLUX move in on the Onyx Ravens. Just one player, it's Sally. Moving around them. Almost had it with that drop shot at the end there. Very cheeky. Oh, unfortunate. Onyx Ravens down, but you know what? They are some of my favorite players to date. Team Spirit again lose another player on their approach. Their effect tried to scout out with some great shots coming through from Brute Force.
Good news all round. Naomi though, unfortunately, going to be taken down. Just Nomi left standing. Ragnarok going to be blowing up that vehicle, taking Naomi with it. Up in smoke they go on the south edge. Team Spirit, they've just been slowed down too much in this compound. It's unfortunate. He wanted to close that fight with Na'Vi a little bit sooner, and Ketch on that off angle really made them struggle. The Heroic roll-up wasn't really too impactful in the end, but they are now caught short on the outside of this circle. FLUX is doing. They've been back and forth. They've been yo-yoing.
Yeah, they've not been doing too badly here. I mean, Nomi might even be able to get some cheeky pickoffs here on top of this.
Oh, he's in the middle.
He's actually got through. Took his moment. Very nicely. I think that's just Poser inside the building. Almost had it. Goes down to the PP by zone. But some points found there. I think that's 9 points accrued for the team.
Okay, so a 5-point profit on the 13 difference.
Yeah. Every game doing a little bit better. That's what you want to see.
Absolutely. I think that one will just tip them over the top towards second place as well, over the moneymakers, if I'm not mistaken. So they have pretty much confirmed that second place at this point. After this match, with 3 matches left to play, it's definitely a race between these two.
Gladiators Still looking up towards FLUX and Heroic. Heroic's had a pretty good control over towards the eastern side since they picked up that compound that had a lot of protection afforded to them, but they didn't put it to waste. They sent some players down towards the south side and knew that it would be difficult for a lot of teams coming off the top of that mountainside. So I do respect the play coming through from Heroic. I respect the play from FLUX as well. They have been living in this match. Up to 8 eliminations now. 2 players on side for the majority of the time. Very well done to Ketch and Lux.
Getting a lot of value milked out of this game. Poser in the middle for BEŞİKTAŞ. Trying to bide their time. Really do not want to end up in those bottom 4. They are just keeping those placements going. The high ground position for Gladiators spotted. Digital Athletics. It feels like fighting Digital Athletics at distance it is more often not quite a death sentence for a lot of teams, no matter who you are. They seem to be able to establish and hold sightlines really, really well. It's just not sort of being borne out in their overall results.
Yeah, no, I mean, DA does take some good spots, and they're quite good at sending fire back towards some of these squads. Just a lot of their rotations don't come through. And the reason we see them in some of these games is because they do have the gun skill afforded to them, but it's only when they get some of the look of the draw on the circle that we'll see them get towards the end game here.
The center of this circle is right on top of Poser, and the fact that FLUX can't push down yet, or haven't gone to, now they will try to get on down there to some sort of cover, maybe a tree, just using that ridge. Really heads up use of the terrain there to keep the buggy in the way of the Gladiators. They know that that run out is not really going to be too much of a worry for them because the Gladiators are going to be worried about Digital Athletics. So protect yourself more from those forwards flanks and play exposed to that side. I think that's kind of, in general, the principle that a lot of these teams are going to be using, right, is choosing which of your sides is going to be exposed and trying to play around that, because more often than not, you don't really have a choice about being exposed, so you might as well make the right one.
I think right now for Heroic, this game's pretty much done and dusted for them, right? I think they held a great compound and they were fortunate that it moved back up their way. But again, I think they performed very admirably to send 2 players down towards that south side when they did, and held off a lot of teams that could have caused them problems later on. So for Heroic, they're able to win this game out. I think it's a very well-deserved win, but DA is still an issue on that northern side.
They are very clumped up, though, and they're going to have to move very soon. So it's a matter of biding your time. Everybody else a lot closer to the middle, except for Ketch. Nades starting to go in, and I think Poser's number is up. With the amount of nades that have just rolled up to the base of that tree. Yeah, that's him gone. And they will be able to dismount that position and potentially take it for themselves on Heroic. Digital Athletics still clumped up as 3, 4 eliminations. Not a very high-value game, but 12 points on the elims already for Heroic.
Yeah, I mean, for DA, this is a very fortunate shift on the circle. But again, some good movements coming here through from Heroic, not giving DA time to muster a force to get through. They needed to make sure that this blue caused as much problems as possible for DA. They had to get up close and personal and take the time where the blue would force them inwards into the sightlines of Heroic. Potentially get rid of them. Ketch, though, still being a problem on the side here.
Not so easy to get rid of him in any scenario. A knock over towards Ragnarok forces Zachariah to reposition Ketch very slowly across the open ground here, and that little spin out with the buggy cost him his life. Might have been a bit better suited if he'd maintained a little bit more speed, but easier said than done. Nades over from Digital Athletics. They're breaking out wide, trying to make the most of this rotate. This time that they've been afforded by that knock and that res being invested. They haven't really been able to do too much with it, but another nade over towards Zachariah. Hassan is close, and Yekta forced off the tree by a Molotov into the sightlines. Coldex wants the shots over towards Volt. A major threat to their position right now. If they can get rid of Volt, they can have a much tidier time of it, but there's only 2 of them left. Nades pouring on through, bouncing behind the vehicle. Coldex is low, but not quite knocked just yet. And there's the answer. The flush over to Zachariah, and Hassan forced to go for the heal, but he's not knocked. A nade over the top from Nico. On target this time, and Hassan takes a tumble.
Yeah, I will say that some of the nades here from Heroic have been pretty poor. Even the one over towards Poser. You see some really good grenades coming out from some of these teams, but the ones so far from Heroic just haven't really been on target. Again, some of their movements, more than anything, have given them the opportunity towards victory, so they will take that chicken dinner. High a limb count as well towards the end there. I think that bumped them up quite a bit. 25 points on the game, huge chicken dinner for them, and they'll be excited about that, getting themselves out from the middle of the table.
Absolutely. Strong stuff for Heroic. They were able to take some very convincing positions, as we talked about, as the game was unfolding. But I think we have to at least run it back once onto what happened at the start of this game, right? IWNRX deciding to hot drop Twisted Minds and fluffing it.
Yeah, in a big way, like a really big way. I mean, for IWNRX, this was such a mistake in terms of the play coming through from them. And again, it's one of those things where it could have worked out, but even so, I still don't think the outcome would have been very good moving down from Zarkis. There's a reason why so many teams don't drop in Zarkis, because it's just not a good spot to be dropping unless you're absolutely forced to go there. Most of the time when you go for that backup drop in Zarkis, because you've been forced off all the other good backup drops. So you can see that Team Spirit got themselves 9 points. A little bit of profit over IWNRX here in 9th place, but the main picture here is that they are catching up. They are catching up slowly but surely.
And it's kind of what we've praised these two teams for in the past, right? Is maintaining a high floor on their games. So even on games where they don't get the most points, they're still putting up at least high single digits, which is exactly what you want to see. IWNRX, obviously, I feel like if they win that cleanly, sure, they can transition away. But they just didn't have the firepower to take down their opponents in that match. So it just...
Yeah.
It just didn't fly. Because then you transition away and you don't get guarded out by Onyx Ravens, right?
Yeah, I mean, a hot drop a lot of times is like your last resort situation. And any hot drop is risky. It is always risky for a hot drop.
Well, we are going to head to a break. We'll be back where they'll have their chance to take another team on head-to-head in our TDM. Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Super League, EMEA. We are just about to get underway with our challenge in the warehouse once more, where IWNRX are going to have a chance to run it back after their far from illustrious performance in that previous map. They have selected Digital Athletics to beat their opponents. We'll see if they're able to do better than they did in Zaki.
I mean, DA as well, we just said, gun skill is there. It's just some of those rotations, which a little bit out of character for them, but again, no rotations required in the warehouse arena. Just fight. Only fight.
It's true. It's the only thing. It's the only truth they know. It's quite sad. But they are going to be taking the fight quite close range, quite close quarters as well. Trying to play on those reactionary gun skill positions. I'm interested to see how IWNRX are going to handle this as well. They've got some really, really strong players on side. Obviously, Swain taking that MVP spot, but literally anybody on that roster is an MVP candidate. Not to say that they didn't completely flub that last match. They did, but they definitely should be the winners of this match. But like you say, if you change the arena, you change the dynamics, all of a sudden, it's a completely different skill set that you're drawing on.
Yeah, it really is. So this time around, let's see what IWNRX can get done. Zedwolf opens things up. Coldex just drops to the floor like a sack of potatoes.
Scarface wanted to push around the side. Gets cleaned up for a second. Frozen. Going to give one back over, but so far, it's looking good for IWNRX. They've established control and taken an early small lead.
It's not bad at all here. 3-1. And DA struggling a little bit more than some of our other competitors, where it's been a little bit closer. And again, it's early doors. Early doors.
It's interesting that we've seen 3 different teams be MVPs over these 3 days so far. Been afforded those separate MVP challenges. I feel like as time goes on, we're going to see the same teams starting to crop up in these more often than not, as the MVPs generally going to be from the teams that are performing the strongest, taking the most eliminations with the strongest positions, things like that. But right now, definitely a handy advantage for IWNRX.
Yeah, this looks way, way better from IWNRX right now. 11-5. It's a bit more of a comfortable lead than we've seen in the past. When we see some of these engagements take place.
Yeah, quite convincing so far. Up to a 5-point lead now. It doesn't look like they're slowing up either. Kain was just wide peeking, Ferrari peeking out to all sorts of angles. Not really respecting the sightlines there, but it doesn't matter. Look at, he does it again. Just completely flicks on him. I mean, what can you do? Yekta goes for 1 and 2. Brings it back to 3 as the point advantage continues to stay in the favor of IWNRX.
Yeah, it has come back quite quickly as well, though, John. Quicker than I thought it would. IWNRX just getting forced back a little bit. But again, they are really coming back out in the lead here quite quickly. EA trying to get stuff done. Coldex not found a single elimination just yet, which is slightly unfortunate.
Nico.
That's the comedy of errors.
Sweeps the leg. Gets it done eventually. 18-15 now. Zedwolf wants the challenge with Yekta. Denied that opportunity. And a swift sort of equalizer here coming through, but Frozen still in action on the back lines, strafing across. Pretty brutal with it. Scar lands on its mark. Yekta similarly falling, and the points difference balloons once more to 3.
Swain in the back line here. Pretty even Stevens across the board for NRX. Everyone put in the work, tried to take out his little tootsies there underneath the tiny gap. Not quite able to do it. Bullet's a little bit too big. Not something you hear every day.
My bullets are just too big, you know. They're just... Have you got anything more aerodynamic?
Hey, something smaller. How about
Have you got a sports model?
You got a pencil that I can shove at the end of this gun.
What? How's that going to make the bullets smaller?
or the bullet becomes the pencil.
Oh. You are using a musket. I knew it.
I am using.
You're
I'm
secretly a
always using a
Napoleonic
musket.
soldier. I've been saying this for years.
It is
I
true.
just didn't have the proof until now.
Yeah.
Bet you get scurvy.
I have a lot of oranges.
That's true.
Plenty.
That's true. He leaves
I
a
actually
trail.
hate oranges. I can't stand them. It's the little white bits on the side that are just
The pith.
the pith. If they could effectively take all of those out,
Yeah.
I'd love an orange.
If they could take the pith.
Yeah, and fully remove it.
Yeah.
So is it still an orange?
I mean,
Pithless orange.
a de-pithed orange.
Yeah. You could do that effectively, I'd be really happy about it. IWNRX though, effectively handling DA. They've been de-pithed.
This is starting to become more of a brutalization here. 35
This
to 25,
is a
10 point difference.
de-pithing.
A de-pithing if ever I did see. 37 points. Now 3 more needed for IWRX to maybe regain their mojo.
$500.
Oh, I think it's
On the line.
To be fair, it's probably more important that they win this out for their morale, right? After what happened in Zaki. Just getting this win to be like, okay, guys, come on. We are actually better than this. Like, we do know what we're doing. We can win out straight up fights. It's fine. Are they going to go back to Zaki again? I wonder. 10-point lead for IWNRX at the end of that one.
Take those earphones off. Think about what you've done last game. Be happy about what you did during that TDM. Chunky bit of money earned, acquired. You know, you get $250 for a chicken dinner. Almost double that money for winning a TDM. And it takes almost a quarter of the time.
Although you do have to perform
Think about that.
in the previous day, right? Like that's a bit of an element to it.
There's some pre-game required
Yes.
before you get to the game.
Yeah, absolutely, because if you want to get into that TDM, you need to unleash the beast to be the MVP with Monster Energy for the official sponsor of the PUBG Mobile Super League, EMEA here. You can check more info about that at the link down below in the little splash underneath me as it disappears. You were too quick, you were too slow. You needed to unleash the beast already. What can I say?
I know what it is. www.monsterenergy.com/gaming.
Oh, you just
I've memorized that now. I'm good to go. Hopefully you guys can remember to stick around because we're going to go for a quick break and then we'll be back after that for some more PUBG Mobile action to round out the day. See you soon.
IW Next Ruya rather stabilized during their TDM. That's right.
Yes,
and
they do.
And they hopefully can find their feet and not do something very, very silly like we just saw in that second Erangel.
Yeah, I mean, they're a great team, right? We witnessed that just there from their TDM, just handedly taking down DA, easy peasy, lemon squeezy. But they still need to be putting up those points in those games. I think that they have been fortunate so far that despite Team Spirit having some good positions in these circles, they've not been able to find themselves a chicken dinner just yet, which is something that Team Spirit has struggled with. And I'm not anyone not to fault them for that, where their end game is a little bit shaky at times when it comes to closing out these chicken dinners. But I do think they are more focused on those limbs and just getting steady points per game. Whereas IWNRX has had these real spiky matches in terms of huge amounts of points with the amount of chicken dinners they've been able to grab throughout this first week. But we're now sending into the second half of the day now, where we'll have one Erangel and then two more Miramars. And they'll be finished for the first week, and we'll see exactly who's able to take those top three positions, who will be benefiting from those bonus points.
Yeah, that is the big story, of course. Those bonus points going in towards the finals really do give you a leg up. But all these points matter, adding them in towards potential later qualifications this year would be really valuable for anybody who wants to make that campaign, wants to make that bid to be the best in the world. You do need to start here if you're in the EMEA region. We have to be waiting for just that little bit longer to decide who out of IWNRX and Spirit will be able to unleash the beast most effectively. The official sponsor here for the PMSL EMEA, Monster Energy, where you can unleash the beast. Looks like Power might be... unleashing the beast a little bit later. He's not going to crack that one just yet. He's going to save it for the most opportune moment.
I've been seeing these monsters, but monsters have been taken out of the monster fridge because they're a little bit of perspiration on these monsters. So they're obviously very cool. So I'd kiss one too if I was under the hot lights. But INFINIX GT20 Pro is our official smartphone sponsor of the PMSL EMEA. Glad to have them here, making the players' hands just look a little bit cooler with that awesome design on the back. Again, I want to see more players using the light. Come on, man. The ring light at the back is awesome.
Oh, well, a couple of them denying you that pleasure right now. Plane path on the northern side. It is going to start over towards Kameshki and end up towards Hospital, which means that Zaki is within drop distance of this plane.
No, won't have
Yeah,
it.
no, you can't. You could go there if you could.
Not having it.
It's possible.
Just
mine
looking at the
aren't.
leaderboard though, 193 points there for Team Spirit, so just one more match and they'll overtake the moneymakers. I think the way that we've got our tiebreakers happening this PMSL season is that placement points take precedent now over eliminations, which is curious.
Yeah, after
Wow.
that chicken dinner tiebreaker goes through, it can kind of go down there, especially towards the top of the tables, where it's likely that you see teams with similar numbers of chicken dinners.
Nomi breaking 10k damage into that last game. It's really cool to see.
Good
Still
stuff.
popping off big time for the squad.
Definitely.
Twisted Minds head up towards Kameshki.
Yeah, they drop out early. They don't want to have any funny business with someone hot dropping them on Zaki. I guess the playing path going right on the north leaves the circle, wrapping around the central west of this island. So nothing too dramatic here. IWNRX, you can see they are going to head back towards that ferry pier position.
Yeah, sadly head back there as well.
Well, it's not sadly. Hang on a minute. Grateful. We're grateful that they are returning to sanity somewhat.
Oh yeah, but it's the trudge down to your original drop spot of like probably should have gone there in the first place.
Yeah.
But yeah, looking at the circle heading over towards the western side. I think it's been a while since we've seen a western circle here in Erangel, so it's nice to finish off with one. A lot of teams again clumping up towards North George with that playing path. You've got Onyx Ravens over towards North George here. Vigor's currently scouting out towards Zaki, checking if there's any funny business happening up there early on in the game. I think he realizes nothing happening, so he can pick up a vehicle from the roadside there, head back on down towards the rest of his squad.
They would have called no shoots as well. There's no one who dropped further than they did or later than they did, so they will be fully aware, which allows you to just divvy up the loot a little bit stronger. Obviously, playing as far apart from each other on the drop for looting purposes is technically better, but obviously you want to maintain some strength if anyone comes a poking around.
Oh yeah, 100%. Looking down towards that south side, brute force. I think it's going to be very difficult for them now to be able to get in towards that third place position. Teams ahead of them still here. And they haven't been able to overlap. They'd have to have some seriously good games at the end of the day, and I'm talking like chicken dinners after chicken dinners. But I still think they can be proud of themselves. I think for a team that people didn't necessarily have a lot of eyes on for at the beginning of this tournament, I think they've really proved a point to everyone else in this lobby that they are to be feared. And we shouldn't count them out. Power, unfortunately, dropping into 15th place now. I think they had a good start to things, though this is still a much better result that we've seen from them in the past as a squad here. So they are improving, which is always a positive point for these guys.
Can certainly be taken that way. And you'd hope it would continue to do so. Gladiators playing up in South George. Been disappointing so far this tournament. I mean, last match you referred to them as headless chickens, and I feel like that kind of... Or you said you wouldn't go as far to refer to them as headless chickens whilst referring to them as headless chickens. So, you know...
I think I said their rotations raised an eyebrow.
Yeah, I think that's fair.
That was the
and they have
conclusion.
absolutely been underwhelming. The departure of Kitsune seems to have hit them pretty hard. He was, after all, the main IGL, and we said we wanted to see if Matic could stretch his legs in that role, but it's just not happening. And something isn't meshing, something isn't working, because Kitsune has been leading Team Spirit very effectively. You can see that in the scores. You can see it in today's games as well. We said they had a very clear game plan, even from a really strong position. It wasn't just like, oh, well, let's just wait here and see. It was, no, we need to take control. We're going to do this, this, and this, and then come back. And it was really, really great to see that coordination come through, and the Gladiators just don't have that anymore.
Yeah, this is kind of why they're similarly to IWNRX, right? They're definitely super powered, right? I think that's the best way to put it, because both these squads have players on, and it must be much easier for especially Kitsune, in the sense that Effect knows what he's doing, Naomi knows what he's doing, Nomi knows what he's doing, so he just needs to give little nudges in the right direction, and a lot of those calls are listened to and coordinated on. I think whenever we do see Gladiators in throughout these games, it just feels like there's a lot of pulling back and forth for these guys between the squad. So I think that is the difficulty there, where when Kitsune was on side, really had to do it was a much harder job for him to get everybody in line, whereas on this team, it feels like he's got a lot more trust in these players.
Yeah, you can start to delegate responsibility for certain things. You don't need to micromanage as much, potentially, when there is more cooperation. It's difficult really to ever know fully, though, exactly how these interplayer dynamics go in these teams, because, of course, we're not sat in there with the comms. We can only sort of make some educated guesses from the outside. But there again, Tixi going down, very isolated from the rest of the lobby, on top of Everest, gets rolled up on and dies.
Yeah, again, it's just pushing a little too far forward there. Heroic picks him up pretty easily. And it's a sorry sight, let's put it that way, for the guys on the Gladiators. 3D Max, though, moving in from Yaz, bit of a quicker rotate here. And again, this is an instance where you'd hope them feeling almost that sense of security and safety on these rotates, and a little bit more freedom with S2G not being in, will prompt them to go for some more early rotations next week, and focus less on trying to hunt down Virtus Pro, trying to hunt down S2G. We're in similar spots to them on the land, and it has presented 3D Max with a lot better scenarios. Even that Sandhawk, although they didn't do great on it, they'll look back on it tomorrow, they'll see that there was an opportunity there for them and they just didn't take it. Here on Erangel, they've been getting much further into the games because they've not been having these silly fights with S2G, and they've been focusing more on their initial rotation. So for 3D Max, you would hope it's not a case that they come off the day and be like, ooh, felt pretty simple coming out from Yasnaya. Don't know what's going on there. You'd hope they'd be like, right, well, it's very freeing not having S2G in the lobby, but there is ways we can avoid them. So let's do that.
Yeah, there are other alternative routes you can take. Taking a look at these overalls on the left as well is quite interesting. You've got Brute Force Virtus Pro kind of staying a little bit more neck and neck than NIGMA Galaxy are in that chase for S2G's spot right now. So Brute Force and Virtus Pro both going to be looking to push up and over that 173 mark, as the race for the top spot also continues to rage on.
3D Max making a pretty rapido rotate past Fire Flux. You have eyes on, but with the tree cover here, it's potential they're able to get out. I think with the buggies, though, it's a little bit dangerous. Get a wheel popped on the way through, that's it. You are spun out. Now, Valor, though, great shots backwards towards them.
I think
he's hit onto Solke.
Has he hopped out? I'm not sure. Victor does finally get knocked there. He was taken very, very low and does just eventually go down. Narvalo has cover, but NIGMA Galaxy up on the high ground can look to third party and try and engage from that position of strength. Victor flushed out away. Goes over to Fire Flux. There's the spot. Narvalo on the off angle. Picked up, flushed out. Maybe an unscouted and overzealous push coming through from 3D Max.
Yeah, I mean, when you're crunching in from the eastern side, you got to imagine, especially with the western playing path, that there is going to be a big crunch of players that have come down from either shooting range, Severny, moved up from Ferry Pier towards this eastern side of Pachinki. So a lot of times, you know, what maybe been a better rotate is through Rozhok, and then you head over towards the north side of Everest, try work your way through ruins. That is certainly a possibility they could have gone for. I'm surprised there were no teams that took the rotate from the eastern side over Yaz Bridge and towards Severny on that Northern Island rotate. Seems to be a pretty simple option that no one is wanting to go for. Because to be honest with you, like getting through ruins is not easy. But it is easier than trying to rotate on vehicles through 3 or 4 teams all having sightlines on you.
Yeah, I mean, it's difficult choices being made right now in the latter half of the last day of the week. Team Spirit didn't quite push as far into that last match as maybe they would have liked. Obviously, that opportunity from the hot drop incident, not squandered, but not maybe capitalized on at the maximum capability on the south side.
They've got good points, right? 9 points a game. Yeah. That's a pretty decent average they've been able to put up today so far. And I totally understand where you're coming from as well, though, because in that moment, it's like that's your chance to sprint forwards. But I think we still have to respect the fact that there are other teams inside this lobby. And Team Spirit aren't always going to be able to just punch their number and their ticket towards a chicken dinner.
This is the thing, though, and it's often, you know, I catch myself doing this, is thinking, oh, now is their opportunity to do really well because the other team isn't in the match. Whereas in reality, when you look over the course of all of these 24 matches that each of these teams are playing, it actually boils down to just how many good games each team has. So it's not necessary for Team Spirit to do well in that match. They can do well in any match. It just reduces the number of matches that IWNRX are doing well in overall. So the damage is already done, and it means that they've just sort of got a +1 on those averages, right, on the matches that they're doing well in.
Yeah. This time around, though, things are a little bit more squeaky. Less so for IWNRX, who already made their way in towards a central position. But again, this circle overall, not fun around Gatka. Few positions to play, a lot of fielded area that we are pretty much centering in towards. Brute Force have already found little farms over towards the western side to play around with. But yeah, this is the fight I wanted to look at, which is Na'Vi and Onyx Ravens. So for Onyx Ravens, they really do need to get Na'Vi out the way so they can remain here for quite a while. Ali has been on fire these past couple of days.
As long as he's got his weapon on auto. He's certainly been one not to tussle with. Puncher launching a nade over towards Saleh, and there's that response. Perfectly placed. There is a nade on top that they might have to dodge, but no, 6 is nowhere to be seen on this engagement, and that's going to allow Ali to roll forwards, going for 2, straight over the top of them, clocks 1 in the jaw, spins them around, and looks for a second as well. His teammate is out, but Ali's got more than enough to handle that. We'll put him down in the dirt, and Vickers can get rezzed.
It was a curious punch over the top there with the vehicle. I thought potentially he'd got both of them. Team Spirit, awkward scenario here for themselves. Likely to go down here versus NIGMA Galaxy, already losing 2 players.
This is not a great position for Nomi. NIGMA Galaxy don't really have too many teams challenging them for their spots right now. Potential that FLUX pushes in on the north to give them a little bit of an opening to move for Team Spirit, but I'm not holding my breath. Na'Vi trying to get as far as they can after their humiliation at the hands of Ali.
Yeah, I mean, 6 playing these off angles quite frequently now for Na'Vi. Not being beneficial just because teams are more than willing to pull the trigger on a single knock. And I think the Na'Vi probably benefit more from being a full 4-man in these situations. I think 6 was able to get a lot of work done in the past on the off angles, but it's sort of because teams let them get away with it. But teams are now much more willing to just, like I said, get stuck in as soon as they get that initial knock. And if you're far away, you've got no sight lines on your team, it's pretty much done for. Onyx Ravens do take a knock, though, as they attempt to make their way in. NIGMA Galaxy still taking shots over towards Virtus Pro, and Team Spirit still struggling here. This was this awesome jump out.
I mean, just those 3 extra shots coming through on the shotgun there once he was down. Just getting things done nice and fast. Onyx Ravens, they're making good plays. And you're right, I think Ali has really spearheaded that for them. Just purely on the morale. He's like, you know what? I'm just going to make some flashy plays. And they're just not going to be able to stand up to it. And he's right most of the time.
Indeed. NIGMA Galaxy finally need to get a move on because they have spent a long time trying to hold out. Guys from Team Spirit. Coops takes a heavy beating there from Nomi, who cracks off a couple of shots towards him. Naomi and Nomi do get into the circle.
Ooh, yeah, I was going to say, I don't think Naomi has any meds to be going on with, so he's just going to have to crawl in and wait for Naomi to maybe res him if he has the time to do so, because the Blue Zone's still pushing him up to that white border.
I mean, he is on the slight slow side, though, right? Maybe Naomi can pick him up.
Get him in the buggy?
Yeah, I think he's going to go for him.
Yeah. Stage 4, so do need a little bit of a lead on the circle. Yeah, in they go. Pops him in the buggy. Drags him along. Get him to a safer res position. So 2 players still will continue for Team Spirit. They do have a ghillie suit on side as well, so they picked up a crate. Matic trying to make the mad dash. With Frozen completely split from him as well. It is 2 solos for the Gladiators team right now.
Yeah, the Matic Classic. Again, it's like...
Whew. Hang on a minute.
Sorry, that was brutal coming through from Heroic.
Yeah,
Onyx Ravens
just don't find the power that they needed on that fight. They were trying to rotate on through, but Heroic just had the advantage. However, there is damage dealt back, and Saleh is still going.
Yeah. Anyway, this is what I wanted to talk about. Is he's done now. So what I wanted to talk about is the fact that we've seen so many games from some of our top squads won out as a duo, right? And it just sort of confirms that like lack of... I'm sure they all are friends and trust each other, but it's a lack of trust in game coming through from Gladiators. Because Matic keeps doing this where, guys, I'll just send in solo and I'll try and win the game out for us. But then oftentimes leaving one of his other players out in the dust. Complete opposite scenario, north and south. The circle here is Team Spirit, who were happy to try and get both players into the circle no matter the cost. Because they feel like they can still get stuff done as that duo.
Not going to be allowed to do it this time. Circle down south. Virtus Pro. Right in the middle. All 4 of their players alive. Playing up to the roadside to the east of Chopsticks. Those trenches going to be quite an important feature of this next circle. Currently taking up occupation in them. You've got BEŞİKTAŞ and Foot KAOS. IWNX Ruya over in the compound just to the southwest side of those Chopsticks. So going to have to figure out how they're going to move because they aren't in this next circle.
It's the kind of circle that does support like low man teams, right? Just because it is in such a fielded area, it's going to be a lot of prodding your way through. Could be a good nade from Frozen. Very off though, actually.
Not going to be on the mark this time around. Frozen tries again. Round 2. That one's a little bit better. Nearly takes down Zachariah. He's cooking up another. This is last in the pocket. That doesn't look like it's close enough. I take that back. It's right in the air above him. The cook was good, and he is able to get that elimination. Heroic out.
IWNRX just fly through and run down Naomi. Naomi now has to do his best. If he's able to be a thorn on the side of IWNRX, you know, stop them both from earning points.
Might be good enough.
Galaxy fending off versus Kine.
Pretty tall order, but 2 disparate knocks now, and Kine will look to go for this res. Nomi, I think, has been spotted by Frozen. Yeah, taken out, dispatched. IWNRX now looking to get these reses as fast as possible. If they can stay up as 4 on the southeast side, they are going to have a decent shout into these next couple of circles, into getting into a stronger position than they're currently in.
Yeah, one of the players, I think this might be a full squad revive. IWNRX, potentially. I think FLUX has eyes on, though. They're on that eastern edge. Heading into stage 6. 3D Max somehow gets through to the northwest edge. Beşiktaş playing in those chopsticks at the moment with Twisted Minds, and Football is KAOS on that south side, challenging each other for the compound.
IWX3 have just taken a couple more hits there. You can see their players are starting to fall as well. Nades exchanged between Foot KAOS and Twisted Minds as Dami takes a knock. Damage sent back over to their direction. A 1-2 punch from a nade perfectly finds Jafar as well as he's on the inside. Brute Force in the meantime. A team looking to chase the totals on the overalls for that spot that S2G currently sit in that third place. But they are just getting picked to pieces here. Off angle from Yusuf. 3D Max make sure that they will go no further in their bid for this match.
Yeah, unable to make it happen. 10 teams, 28 players. So very much not a lot of squads with high member counts left remaining in a fielded finish like this. Snowix is going absolutely sicko recently.
Robs steps up. No hesitation. Goes right over the top, and Power kind of toppling one by one to this trench, and it does not go well. 3D Max are ready and waiting. You said you were calling out Snowix during that. He was clean.
It's Gandalf and Frodo. At it again.
It's true. It's true.
Beautiful duo. Out on an adventure. And these two guys are really good at supporting one another. Victor and Naval have been together for a very long time, but Robs has always been like the middle child. It's nice that he now has a brother of his own that seems to support him in an immensely good way. I'm very, very, very happy to see that from 3D Max.
Absolutely. Nades over the top from Beşiktaş. They want to take control of both ends of their trench. It would be a pretty valuable asset to have both of these on side. Another nade from Poser. He knows he's isolated them there and will be able to burst that right on top of Storm to get the flush. Can another one come through to find another knock or slow down the healing? It looks like they do just about find one. Now they might look to push, but Kairos is there. Tospic has to be careful. Challenging off. The smoke has bloomed in front of Kairos' position, which means he can't give backup to his teammates out in that south end. Twisted Minds are still just over that doorstep as well.
Yeah, Twisted Mind will have to leave, though. Virtus Pro takes shots over towards Fire Flux and will eliminate them. That's from the center of the lobby. They barely got in their vehicles and started moving before the team shots came through from Virtus Pro. Dispatched them. I'm sort of confused on the nade uses here from Poser. He sent a couple towards the middle right. Wasn't as many damage numbers. So, in my opinion, you can't really see anything over towards that right side of the ditch. Start sending some over towards the left side, maybe. Finally, it happens.
They get that opening knock, and upon hearing that, seeing what's going on, they can put some nades in of their own for Twisted Minds. IWNRX are down to 2 players. They have 3 eliminations on the match. Another knock over towards Foot KAOS, and they are really starting to get crunched in now. Beşiktaş taking that heads-up rotation down the trench.
Yeah, they're holding both sides of it. Lewis on that northern edge inside the shack. 3D Max might want to get involved soon. IWNRX, they lose Kine. As Virtus Pro sends some more shots that way, Kine will fall next. Footballist Kairos are just keeping their players alive as long as possible. They've been going through bandages like a hospital at the moment.
I'm certainly going to need to try and set up one as these nades keep pouring in. The good thing is that they're quite protected from the nades from Twisted Minds right now. If they are holding right back in that corner tunnel that sits out in the trench towards 3D Max, but there's really no safety here. The nades just keep on going. Rookie tried to push forwards, but that's exactly the danger that you face. Doken Machine as well, trying to just dodge these nades time and time again. More keeps pouring on in. But Twisted Minds are going to have to make their push now. Never Alone spotted. Poser has been holding up for so long. Finally, a good nade lands right in the middle. That's going to be a lot of points added to the tally for Beşiktaş. Twisted Minds might have been able to pick one of those up too.
Meantime, Poser gets knocked on the northern edge, and that's going to take some attention away for Beşiktaş. Luckily, There is a knock on Twisted Mind side, so they have time to go for this. Fortunate timing as well for Besiktas to make this happen. IWNRX Zedwolf, I think, might poke his head up here towards Twisted Minds as they leave.
I think everyone else is going to as well. Zedwolf might not have a choice in the matter either, as Yusuf continues to make his bid for it. Virtus Pro have been, I suppose, not particularly quietly, just holding down the middle of this circle, and they now have 7 eliminations from a really strong spot on this east side, playing up on that road. They've been there for a long, long time. I would be surprised if they don't take this one home. They were denied back on Sandhawk. Now, their chase for that third place spot, S2G's tally, is on their minds. With a big game here, they might just be able to leapfrog it here.
Besiktas has been doing some good work. Snowix, that's a nice nade. Perfect. I mean, Snowix will go down, but for his troubles, it's a couple more limbs there on board for 3D Max. Up to 8 now. Should be 9, in fact, for that elim. Oh my god, Coops.
He's still going. Last player for NIGMA Galaxy. IWNRX did get eliminated as well in the midst of it all. Zedwolf went down earlier. The Virtus Pro. Lewis doesn't quite connect. It does take a little bit of a tag. Virtus Pro, they've been in this shack for so long, and it's a really strong position, but it's difficult to operate from, especially once Digital Athletics get into nade range. A long bouncer might just find Furia. No. Coldex, though, close by. They are starting to just keep these nades on pouring. That's exactly what you need to do against the Shack team. Virtus Pro might just get shut out here. Just Corker remaining. He steps up. Another nade will seal the deal. A lot of damage done back to Digital Athletics, and it might have been a different way if they'd answered with some nades earlier, but it wasn't to be. The bombardment wins out the day.
I mean, for Besiktas here, this was a really good time to start just moving up a little bit quicker through the fielded area. Looks like DA will be able to get a full stand-up. But yeah, I think DA was a team that I had my eyes on over towards that northern side. You can play just underneath this roadside. Gives you plenty of time to wait until the very last moment to peek your head over the top. With 4 players and a bunch of nades, it seems, that they've held on to. I think they were banking on the end game. It's worked out nicely.
Crawling on up, Coldex. For Digital Athletics, they have the center circle. Next zone is zone 9, which will close right into the middle. And they have the advantage on the lip. Beautiful nade onto Lewis. And that might just be the money shot. It's really unlikely they can crawl in to get this res, especially with another nade to close things down. Not much more you can do. Yeah. Uh-oh. That could have gone worse.
Close. Absolutely. Tospic. I mean, Tospic might actually take advantage of that. He saw the explosion happen right up close and personal. Yeah, nice.
Okay. So
I mean,
a chance
when you
established
look
again.
at Lewis there. Yeah, I mean, you look at Lewis, really obvious position to be playing.
Bleeds
That
out.
was close.
Tospic, I think there was a little bit of cover there to keep them safe. Coldex. Crawling up. First contact. Sees Tospic, stands up, looks for the spray. Where's Poser? Is he going to get the answer? No. No response now. He has been spotted, though, and Yekta gets lit up from the sidelines. An immediate triple response, though. At Digital Athletics, they were a little bit unhappy with their result in the TDM, but they turn it around and put a chicken dinner on the board. They'll be pretty happy with that one.
Yeah, very nice stuff from the guys on DA. I think that's how you should play the fielded finish there on the northern side. You kind of have to wait for your last moment and wait for a little bit of a third party to come through. Save the grenades. I mean, this is a plan that they must have made from very, very early in the game.
Celebrations.
Getting jostled around a little bit, yeah.
Celebrations getting quite boisterous in the DA camp there. But yeah, fair enough. If you're able to get a chicken dinner at this stage in the tournament, it's just going to see you a lot safer and get a couple of more of those bonus points shuffled onto your plate.
Yeah, I mean, for some of those teams there, Virtus Pro definitely enjoyed some extra points. 3D Max as well, up to 9 limbs on the game. The Snowix and Rob's duo making work happen. It's good to see. The match rankings here. Besiktas also from the chopsticks looking very nice. And it's actually 3D Max to make up the same amount of points there as Virtus Pro, 12 total. IWNRX get 4, so I believe that they have just even that gap that was made from the last game.
I think there was 1 point earned by Team Spirit on this game at some point. I'm not entirely sure where that came from, but IWNRX, they had, I think it was a 5-point difference in that last match, so 3 points, so it's 2 points still up for Team Spirit on their chase over the last 2 matches.
Somehow, some way. Good to see. Getting right down to the wire, actually, for both those teams. Only 2 matches remain. Team Spirit typically doing a lot better on our angles, though. And IWNRX similarly a lot better on our angles. So it's very much a toss-up here between both of these teams. But currently with IWNRX leading the peloton towards the top side of the leaderboard there. I think it might be difficult. It might be difficult for Team Spirit at this point. I think IWNRX possibly have done enough. So Team Spirit will have to bring out something special here at the end of the day.
They're going to need to step up a little bit more. We saw it on one of their Erangel matches that they are definitely capable of having that power, and we've seen it time and time again from them over the course of this tournament so far. There's a reason they are one of the 2 teams vying for that top spot. Let's take a look at how close that race is and the overall rankings. First and second place, Team Spirit leapfrogging the Moneymakers by just the 1 point, but they are still now 11 points behind IWNRX. A surmountable gap, but in 2 matches, it's not guaranteed you're going to find that. They do lose the tiebreaker, remember, on 3 chicken dinners to 5 of IWNRX, unless they can find 2 chicken dinners in a row, which isn't outside of the realms of possibility.
No, not outside of it, but, probably quite difficult at this point in time. Let's put it that way.
Yeah.
But still just a little bit behind here. And both Team Spirit and IWNRX haven't been able to find too many points in the past few games either. So it is right down to the wire on these final 2 Miramars. FLUX looking a little bit better now, up towards 128 points for that last game. Digital Athletics shoved themselves even further up the tables. 3D Max again, having a better day, but for obvious reason, right? And it's almost funny how obvious the reason is, the fact that S2G aren't in the game.
I mean, it is what it is, I guess. Like, they should be taking that to the drawing board, like you were talking about during that last match, noticing how much easier it is when they don't get in their typical kerfuffle for the French team. Hopefully they can figure something else out for the next week's gameplay. But we still got 2 more matches to play this week before our bonus points are allotted. That's right, the top spot's still very much up for contest. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with Miramar.
Hi everyone, PUBG Mobile Metro Royale Chapter 20 is coming soon. Curious about what new content there is? Let's take a look. Our focus for this update is on bettering your gaming experience, so we've added a series of improvements. First, we've added quick action functions. Starting now, you can tap to repair all items at once on the loadout page, and you can open multiple gift packs at once in your inventory. We've also improved the firearm status at the start of the match. During the preparation stage, firearms will be reloaded by default and will be set to full auto firing mode. These improvements all aim to save your time while improving efficiency. Additionally, you can now earn EXP from Metro Royale matches. In other words, playing Metro Royale will now contribute towards raising your player level. If you bring a companion into Metro Royale, they will also earn companion EXP. Chapter 20 also brings brand new honor rewards and collectibles. What's different this time is that after you get certain gold collectibles, they can be displayed in your personal space of the main lobby. You also have the chance to unlock home collectible decorations. Place them in your home to show them off to your friends. With the new version update come enemies who've already infiltrated Metro Royale's Arctic base and Misty Port. While you're out exploring, stay vigilant in these areas, as Striders are active there. Oh, and we've also added two new firearms in this update, the P90 Cobra and P90 Steel Front. Don't forget to try them out. That sums up all the new Metro Royale content. Chapter 20 is about to begin. Hop into PUBG Mobile Metro Royale and experience it for yourself. We wish you all successful evacuations and bountiful loot.
We are back and on to our Miramar section here at the PMSL EMEA. For the end of week one, our fifth day has been fraught with some pretty chaotic circles and some interesting decisions from some of our teams, to put it lightly. But it has still been a race to gain those bonus points and gobble them up for their chance to help themselves for the finals.
Absolutely, it's been a bit of a wild one so far for a lot of these teams, just trying to get those points on board. Again, there is still that race for first place at the moment. Some teams underneath trying to get a few more points on board to try and ladder up just a little bit. NIGMA Galaxy trying to hold on to their spot in the tables for their bonus points after the good start they had. And they need those bonus points if you want to make it to the PMWC, the ESPORTS World Cup this year from the 19th to the 28th of July, 2024. So don't miss that either, as it's coming up very shortly, not far after this tournament concludes.
Absolutely. Will be really interesting to see which of our teams are going to be representing the EMEA region in that setup. Obviously, 4 of those teams going through into the group stages, and 1 team, the 5th place team, will be heading into that survival stage. There's the top of the tables, Titan himself, Nomi, getting locked in on his GT20 Pro.
Rest of the players on the team look pretty happy, pretty confident for the rest of the day. Some hand warmers. Shaking them about. Getting things ready to go. But BEŞİKTAŞ here. You are looking better overall, I'd say. Weren't able to quite finish out that last game versus DA after all. And Heroic as well, also been able to put up a bit of a better performance, I'd say, over the past couple of days. I mean, their rotations look pretty nice, pretty sound towards the start of the tournament. But we're outclassed a fair few times by some of these other teams, IWNRX included.
They have been the most highly performing team so far this week, IWNRX. They are certainly outstripping everybody else at the moment. Not to say that Team Spirit aren't within striking distance, but they do still have that top spot under their control. It's a 2-point swing between those two teams on those bonus points, so both of them will be pretty interested in getting that one done. With 3 days of games in the finals, it's not going to be as long format of a tournament as the group stages are, which is going to be an interesting dynamic shift as to who's going to be able to perform well, who's going to be able to come out of the gate strong, fast, consistently strong as well over those 3 days. And so having those 2 points can be really, really important, even towards the later stages of the finals.
Yeah, it's one of those things that sort of undervalued a lot of times by some players in terms of how many points it really does assist you coming into those finals and just pushing a little bit further towards the top of the tables, which might just be the tiebreaker that you need to confirm your position.
Right now, a 9-point
tapping
difference.
going on.
Yeah, 9-point difference right now over the 22 matches that they played between first and second place. So you can imagine how much less daunting a 7-point gap is to a 9-point gap, right? If you added 2 bonus points, for instance, to Team Spirit.
Yep, it's really, really quite huge. You don't think it is, but it is. NIGMA Galaxy on screen, looking slightly more reserved, I'd say, from recently. They're looking to put those points back on the board for themselves. But laughter coming through here in the studio for FLUX. I mean, they look better overall.
Definitely. They have
seem happier too.
They have had some decent plays towards those final circles, although I think the caveat to that is that they have been losing players a lot earlier. So if they can pick that up and bring 4 players towards those final circles with this new reinvigorated style that they've shown off today, I'm thinking coming into next week, they could be a force to be reckoned with once more.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they could be. And I think that is something that we definitely need to consider when looking at some of these squads. Because they can turn things around almost instantaneously, John. So, yeah, I think for FLUX, there's hope for next week. There is hope for next week if they're able to get that kind of performance back on board that we're used to seeing from in the past. Ketch looks to be a little bit cleaner on some of his shots. And the Turkish region overall is just no slouch. They just have started a little bit slower compared to everyone else in this PMSL EMEA, barring IWNRX.
It's always difficult to measure up anyone against IWNRX or Team Spirit in pretty much any regard. You could see a lot of the Team Spirit players populating those top pages. It's interesting that IWNRX doesn't have much representation when it comes to that MVP page, but perhaps that's because we're seeing them all perform very equally right? And there's no like one standout player on that roster in terms of damage, in terms of effectiveness. They are all parts of a well-oiled machine in that sense. South Circle, are we going back to the bridges?
Oh, I hope not. Honestly, I really hope not, because it's a awkward position down there. We've seen how the players have tried to handle that kind of drop. Team Spirit towards the center, though, once again. IWNRX over towards Impala. Perhaps trying to get some revenge against Twisted Minds, maybe.
This can't be targeted, right? Can't be again. We'll see.
It'd be cruel.
Yeah, it would be. And also, given that they lost last time, I mean, I guess they technically won, but then lost to Onyx Ravens, who are quickly becoming my favorite underdog team, as they were yours, I think, in the last match.
Yeah. I think, yeah, what happened is they won the battle, but then they lost the war. It's the best way to put it. IWNRX on that fight in Zaki. Looks like that they have decided not to go for a similar approach, instead heading up towards Minas Generales. Perhaps even over towards Truck Stop. And I mean, they can take this position quite comfortably, considering RCB aren't playing today. It's where they would usually hang out. So good use of space here in the game on the first Miramar of the day. A lot of teams not in the circle just yet. I mean, we headed down towards Chumacera last time. I believe it was FLUX to take that really strong position. Able to close out the game from that spot, but not as open this time around, with Team Spirit back in the mix.
Power. Spotting Foot KAOS on the southeast side, near Puerto Paraiso. Easy and Falconist, the two outposts of their two teams, coming into contact with one another. Valle de Mar currently occupied by Na'Vi, as it typically is, and they're going to have to figure out which path they take now, moving out east. No team's really breaking their way on in. NIGMA Galaxy currently holding up any traffic that wants to make their way into those Chumacera hills from that side. So could be a little bit devoid of presence from teams out on that side. Onyx Ravens potentially moving in from that west edge.
Yeah, Onyx Ravens usually scout down towards that southern side of the western roads before moving in. Not quite been able to get towards La Driera as quickly as teams like Virtus Pro and Na'Vi have been. Currently on your screen at the moment. I mean, it's not been an absolute shocker for Na'Vi. I mean, 82 points. They are on the cusp of escaping from the 16th place, but again, if everyone continues as they are right now, they would not be going through to the finals. They do need to reevaluate coming into next week. Still 2 games to potentially change that. Pull themselves out from that bottom position. I mean, it's not a huge jump up you need to make from 82 to 98. Or even just to pass 92 for Onyx Ravens.
And similarly, for Onyx Ravens, the story that we've told of FLUX at the start of this match, right? Coming into next week, I'm seeing them as like that sort of second bracket team contender, maybe starting to push into that. If it was just today, I feel like they certainly would be in there as that style of team, right? Somewhere around that 7th to 10th position, and maybe vying for somewhere on the top page at the end of the matches. But their earlier days have just let them down on that front.
Yeah, massively so. Massively so. And I think that's the case for a lot of teams here in this first week. Some teams just hit the ground running. Others stumbled, tripped a little bit before retying the shoelaces and continuing on their hike. And that's usually how it is in that week 1. Unfortunately, sometimes if you are able to hit the ground running in week 1, it does have a massive impact on how well you're able to do in the finals, which is the difficult thing. But it's not like we haven't seen massive comebacks before in these tournaments. Remember, if you walk in that first week, You got a little bit more stamina coming into week 2 and 3.
I mean, that's the thing. If you lead out early, you're going to draw a lot of attention from other players, right? From other teams, from the analysts, from the coaches of these rosters are all going to be paying attention to exactly what you're doing. So for teams like IWNRX, their strats are going to be picked apart to the bone in these next 2 days after these games are concluded. Same thing for Team Spirit and Moneymakers. And, well, I'm just going to read out the whole front page, right, if I keep going like this. But people are going to pay more attention to you is the point, which means that your strats are the most likely ones to get countered. And that allows teams in the middle to open up their strat book and have those be much more effective.
Yeah. I think that you are somewhat... I think this is the cool thing, though, with the sort of play styles that are leading most of these teams ahead at the top right now, is the fact that a lot of their gameplay is quite reactive. And it's a little bit difficult to counter that. And I think specifically more so for Moneymakers than in any of the other teams on the top of the tables, in which case it's very hard to predict what they're going to do, because most of their games go... Which is why you see some of their games being absolutely horrendous, but still they are managing to put up 2 chicken dinners, because they just go on that gut feeling a lot of time, and they trust in themselves to make those big plays, which allows them to pick up huge points and masses of area in the map. So that is something that is hard to counter. I think that Team Spirit and IWNRX also have this reactive playstyle, but yeah, definitely a bit more of a playbook that could definitely be picked to pieces. I think it's something we saw with Gladiators even last year, even though they weren't doing so well because they were so well-known team. Most of their strats were already downloaded coming into that tournament.
And I feel like they are trying to rely... Okay. Look, I was going to talk about how Gladiators aren't performing well, but Blank, we're going back to the bridges.
This is annoying.
A third South Circle.
It's really, yeah.
On a week of Miramars. I mean, this is, very interesting, I suppose, in terms of how these teams are going to adapt to this. Taking a look at sort of important locations, NIGMA Galaxy should be looking to get a very strong position here. It's their chance to resurge towards the end of the day. It's too late for them to leapfrog over S2G, I'd say, at this stage, but hold them out of this bridge. Play strong, have an impact, and show us that you're not just stagnating here.
Yeah, this is definitely the time to do it. Na'Vi making a mad dash across the beakhead. And 6 in a very bad spot.
Nice.
NIGMA Galaxy picking up those eliminations handedly.
Look at that crosshair transfer as well. They are snappy with it. Knows those corners well. They've already managed to do a lot of damage, but Gonzo spots Coops. And they can put a nade straight into him as well. It'll be difficult to get over there for the res. Axa has the headland as cover. Ralph wants to suppress. And Lord is slow over the ridge with the party bus. Coops can swim. Of course, when you're knocked, you no longer instantly down in the water and go drowned, but they know he's there. It's only a matter of time. Axa is getting suppressed off that angle, though. Ooh, could be risky. Might need to hit the water himself as well to save himself from the barrage of bullets being layered down. He wants to go for the heal. Coops crawling back, but nobody's close enough to go for this res. The bleed out potential is very, very high right now on Coops.
Yeah, Coops is done. Yeah, might have fared slightly better if the team actually went with him. I mean, they were dead to rights, honestly. So instead of trying to scale them out, and potentially there's a chance there just to go alongside with Coops and finish the job they started. It's a difficult one. I think it always is a difficult one with NIGMA Galaxy, because they're torn between two playstyles of Coops trying to lead his team into the action.
I hate those bars, man, so much. And I can see Lord getting frustrated with them. Every time you crouch, you're like, oh, I'm going to crouch and I'll get a better... And then it's like the other bar is in your way in your crosshair. Oh, what can you do?
It is unfortunate. We're almost on zone 3 already. Partone is still in this one, but not likely for too many teams to think about going down there just yet, depending on the next circle. Could be a hard Southwest shift, you never know. It does head down towards Na'Vi, BEŞİKTAŞ, and Power. BEŞİKTAŞ and Power currently with two really strong positions here. And IWNRX taking the opportunity to slip in on that north side. Followed closely by 3D Max, though.
We have wanted 3D Max to start speeding up a little bit on those rotations. I think that's kind of what we've been alluding to over the course of the last day or two. And again, they do find themselves at the back of the queue on the north. It is some quite hard shifts, though, so sometimes needs must. Nades over towards Frozen's position, take him quite low as BEŞİKTAŞ holding over on the other side of this hills. Just trying to stop them from getting too much further into this next circle. BEŞİKTAŞ do have a pretty decent chunk of this circle under control right now, so they'll want to hold on to that. Virtus.pro going under the bridge. This is where a lot of damage was sent over towards Na'Vi, but it looks like NIGMA Galaxy, after losing Coops, are a little bit more timid around this bridge.
Yeah, no bueno on the spray there. Not able to get any of them. Yeah, BEŞİKTAŞ with this high ground position, they are incredibly well fortified. Milky Way. Ooh, has to back it round again. Car extremely burnt out here.
Gonna be smoke in the bonnet, blooming with grey fumes. They're not ideal. Shots and nades still ringing out from Foot Chaos, but Virtus.pro have shimmied along the coastline now. The coastal road plays well for them. NIGMA Galaxy not able to slow them in the same way that they did Na'Vi. And now Virtus.pro have even gone past Na'Vi and further out to this east side, playing under the large outcrop that they've now taken refuge behind.
Valo able to find Ado from brute force. In comes Heroic. Coldix goes down on the approach, and Yetka even is down in the back lines.
Could
Heroic in a 2v2.
Could be a third-party opportunity for Team Spirit, but they opt to flow around the edges of this with the two players that they have left. A nade seals the deal on that engagement. And it is going to be reses available over in the compound for Heroic. Spray from Brute Force as they roll up to 3D Max on the northern edge. One player from 3D Max already down. Robs has the high ground, but quickly dismantled there. Victor and Narvalo both wanting to put nades towards Prepod. One connects, but not for the knock. And now he still has the opportunity to go for it, but Victor puts him back down on the dirt. Freezer has a nade cooking of his own. The blue zone envelops the fight, and there's the off angle. Neos clocks Victor on the sidelines, and it's DBS action over the hillside. 3D Max lose out.
I mean, Narvalo should have had that, really. He was looking down on him from the top side. Surprised that 3D Max were able to make that happen. Team Spirit down to 2 players once again, and Circle shifts down towards that south side. Onyx Ravens making the long rotate. Past Partona here. Dropping in the smoke, trying to allow Effect to potentially crawl across. BEŞİKTAŞ can't see them, but I think Power has an idea of this. Moves down their way. Should see the smokes, right? Surely.
You imagine that everybody's trying to keep their wits about them. Nomi going for the push. Wants to get this res. Power. They have the cross. You can see that little bit of extra gap there. And Nomi wants to put the smoke out. As soon as this starts to bloom, there's going to be shots coming from Power to try and cut off that rotation, but they're not looking out that way. They have allowed the cross, and Effect might just get back up for Team Spirit.
I mean, that is some buddy-on-buddy action. I like that. Get your teammate back up on his feet no matter what it takes. Really nice smoke train. Waiting to pop the last smoke as well so it doesn't fade. The worst moment. Yeah, really, really well done there from Team Spirit. Unfortunately, not so well done to get the players through that initial rotate. Down to 2 now. And it's feeling more and more likely that IWNRX will be the ones taking home first place position at the end of the day.
You say that, but they are, despite being 4 players, they are right out on the northeast side. NIGMA Galaxy finally getting some proper value out of their bridge camp and stopping the Onyx Ravens, who went on that South Island rotate. Vigors does answer, actually. I might have to eat my words once more, as Vigors going to get an answer to Lath's knock. Ralph just not landing that spray over towards Ali. The party bus sailing past the open door. He's waiting for the vehicle to send out that way, but Ali dipped down to the left, playing from underneath the bridge now. Big Galaxy take a knock over towards Lufa. Ali finally out. Vigors, last to stand for them, as Heroic have descended from that northern edge.
Finally made their way in. IWNRX moving all the way up towards the Gladiators. One player goes down, and Frozen has scouted them. They're on the edge of a compound, that eastern side. 3 players stand between them and getting into the circle. Find a pick off on towards Tixie.
Matic
Can't find the shots though.
needs the backup from the rest of the team. They have rallied around him now. The flush did come through, but there are some knocks onto IWNRX, but it's not going to matter. They tumble down the cliff face, and Frozen might even get a res here. A lot of points just added to the point bank for IWNRX, and with Team Spirit just on 1, losing Nomi, this is a great chance for them to get a lead going into that final match.
I mean, that is a horrendous defense from Gladiators. Essentially just allowed them to rock upon them, and it felt even just lazy from Matic. Going from the hip fire. I remember this team being so good as well.
They have.
I don't know what's happened to them.
They've lost their direction. They just don't have the same prowess. They don't have each other's back, and I think it's that lack of coordination that you were talking about earlier, where we're seeing it in these really strong teams, and we're just not seeing that anymore. Where they're able to trust each other in these hot moments, and it really is showing up in this roster of really strong players. Like every single one of those players has had a previous really, really strong outing, but it's just not there for the Gladiators this time around.
IWNRX, though, slowly losing players. Zedwolf and Frozen still alive. Effect taking shots there from Brute Force and will go down. 11th place for them. Hardly any points accrued.
Just the one.
Yeah, and IWNRX, it's been slow going, but they have opened that lead between them and Team Spirit now. Frozen makes the mad run in. Somehow makes it too. Zedwolf provides covering fire over towards Twisted Minds.
It's not going to last too much longer, though. Frozen has to hit the deck. His teammate is down. Zedwolf will be likely eliminated here. You can see the distance between them. A nade over towards Twisted Minds might be good, but he's just spotted, shot down. Frozen nearly taken out, and it will be Foot Chaos to be able to do so. Another nade's pretty close, but they'll be able to pick that one back up. IWNRX eliminated as well, so not too many more points. 3 eliminations were found, and yeah, they won't get any placements for where they were finishing. So still all to play for going into the final match. Heroic continued their campaign from the northwest side. Brute Force next up to bat against them, and doing well so far. Heroic may have been harried a little bit too much from their previous engagements. A nade over towards Hassan. He's Zakira and Volt isolated, but Freezer goes down first, and Volt can get the heal off.
Volt. The backline's there. Nios. Ooh, good shots so far from him. Easy from Power, making his way up with the Tommy gun in hand. Lots of nades here. I think Power wants to confirm control over towards this northern side as quickly as possible. Throughout all of this, Na'Vi still going.
Right in the middle as well. They lost... Oh, they nearly lost a player earlier, remember, to their rotation underneath NIGMA Galaxy, but they turned it around. They got everyone back up. It looked a bit ropey for them, but they've managed to do so. Oh, no, wait. No, they did lose one player. I was looking at Virtus Pro. There was another team I do want to talk about. 4 players alive, and they are on that chase for 3rd place, with NIGMA Galaxy going down, with Brute Force getting a little bit lower. Now's the chance to keep up the pace with Brute Force. If Brute Force go down here, it looks like Prepod did just about tag on that res to Neos, and they'll stay on with 2.
I mean, Virtus Pro would have to have 2 bangers back-to-back. They wanted to catch 3rd place. I don't know how likely it will be, but with this game, Still plenty of eliminations to be found, but starting off stage 6 with just the one elimination, a little bit rough. And with this all being uphill, Virtus Pro's starting point, it's not the greatest. They can work with it, it's just not the greatest right now.
Exa down, crawling back, wanting to get rezzed. We'll see if he's able to make that long and treacherous journey. In the meantime, Power taking up the high ground over the top of Brute Force. They'll need to push further south, though. They've conglomerated as 4. They'll need to get past Volt and take some sort of control over the woods the south side of this circle, but it's starting to get really, really tricky to find a decent spot.
Yeah, for Brute Force, getting up this hill, awkward. With Na'Vi breathing down your neck as well. I don't know how long they'll be here for. Power, though, does want to just confirm these eliminations so they can start working their way down towards Na'Vi, but it's actually Neos opening things up on towards Gonzo, but not before he's shut down quickly by Axa.
Nice handoffs going through for them all. Brute Force want to add a couple more points on before they go down fully. Power still as 4, bearing down upon them to sweep them away. Try and maintain control over this northwestern edge. Twisted Minds trying to push in from the southeast side. As Jafar's gone down, Virtus Pro underneath them. Looking for more points now. They've been sequestered under this crag for quite a while. They'll want to come out blasting now.
Over the top. Bounces off. Not quite good enough there. Despite the trajectory being nice. The rock face just not helping out with it. Brute Force just with Neos left remaining on the ramp. Another bounce there. Won't find anything. And Na'Vi realizes they need to regroup with 6 now, but a great shot from Easy. It all comes crumbling down around Na'Vi. Timing not there, and Power could potentially move back down towards that south side.
Alhaji drew the aggro from those shots to get that trade-off to allow Na'Vi, to not allow Na'Vi, rather, to have that stronghold on the compound that they've been flexing out from for a while now. But it looks like the res is going to come through pretty quickly. And Na'Vi playing as 3 on that set of buildings is going to be very, very difficult to deal with. BEŞİKTAŞ lighting up Twisted Minds on the off angle, trying to push past FUT KAOS, but it's just too tough. Virtus Pro on the south still hiding underneath their outcrop. They just aren't quite picking up the pace enough to try and catch that position in 3rd place.
BEŞİKTAŞ still doing pretty well from that high ground. Been there for a while. Virtus Pro still waiting to make their challenge. Great circle for them, though. Moving off the cliff face a little bit. Pushing KAOS out of their position on the eastern side. Now gives Virtus Pro a real place to start this game off. The fact that Neos is still in the game is a bit...
You don't like it. You're not happy.
I just don't know why Power's not finished it off yet, because they're spending so much time on this northern side. I'm pretty sure this is going to ruin their game.
See if he's able to have a shout into the engagement, because I think Power are mounting up to go for their, what could be their last hurrah. They're sweeping across towards BEŞİKTAŞ. Potentially. But BEŞİKTAŞ are getting shut down from FUT KAOS in the meantime. Power instead opts to go for Na'Vi. They're rolling up. Neos is still there. Kante trying to watch out on the back line, and Neos has very little ammo. 8 more rounds. Needs to swap to the UMP. At this range, it will be effective, but he's getting backed off the Tommy gun for Kante. And the nade in hand for Neos. Only has 1. Knows he's done damage. Attack could do it. Can he find anything? Not going to. And he steps out for a crate. A little bit too greedy, my friend.
Right, Neos is put down. 6th place, 8 eliminations. Not bad. Very resilient. And after that, Power moves into the guys from Na'Vi. Ballsy approach here from Power.
Goes well on the first engagement. Find Axa sleeping. on a wide peak. Gonzo and Six now.
Ooh.
Playing 2 players up on the top, but Beşiktaş are here. And the neighbors are noisy. Nades flung in through the windows, through the door. Tries to cook one. Just goes past that door frame. You want to take a little bit longer on this one.
Well, the most ideal way to deal with neighbors, by the way, grenades, but in PUBG Mobile, certainly is.
This allows Power, though, to start to move up.
Yeah, it's given time, and I think for Power being in that awkward situation, they'll still have to wrap down towards the south side because the blue is causing them issues right now. I wonder if they can actually squeeze up on that left side. Maybe, yeah, they can. Time is running out on that play. They might just want to fly down towards the south.
Gonzo crawling out here is quite a bold play with the Beşiktaş so close by. Going out to the open might be risky, but doesn't believe they're going to be looking that way, and this time he's right. Al-Haji wants to stop Virtus.pro from taking this hillside first, but he's a little bit diminished in power. Unfortunately, there's the rest of the team. They can start to move forwards. Nade trades starting to go back and forth. Virtus.pro want control, but Power have got the center right now.
It's funny because this is the chillest game for Virtus.pro so far. They made that initial rotate at the start of the game. They've sat there all game long.
Oh.
But they are being put down now by Power. Power's been warming up this entire match, trying to control that north side, whereas Virtus.pro have been so quiet, twiddling their thumbs on this southern edge. Power comes in to finish the job, as Beşiktaş will clean up Na'Vi.
They just push that player in with the buggy, draw out the shots, so they know where to put those nades, and that should be it. Virtus.pro out very, very quiet this game. And they did not really have an impact. Despite some somewhat decent rotations, they just let it go out in the end. Power, though, maybe very effective at moving around, maneuvering past these stronghold positions. Beşiktaş taking down that high ground position, but maybe left out in the cold because of it.
Yeah, this spot for Beşiktaş has been so strong for so long. They have been able to put 7 elims up from it either way, so honestly, even if they go out in 3rd place, I'd be pretty pleased with yourself. I think they took the location and ran with it. But this is Zone 9 now. We'll push everyone closer. One of the more interesting Zone 9s we've seen in quite a while. On the cliff face. Power, though, looking to take it all the way.
I think they definitely would deserve this chicken dinner if they can claim it here, but they've lost another player. They're down to just 2. Al-Haji and Easy will try and make it work, but FUT KAOS are getting their players back up and onto their feet. And with 4 players from above, sure, you have the center of the circle, and FUT KAOS are going to have to move first, but you just have a pincer to deal with, and it's going to be so tough on this 2-2 split. Nades need to find value, but that just doesn't cut the mustard. Easy wants another one. Another chance over towards Kairos and Rookie. Puts it up there, and that looks good. Ooh, nearly takes Kairos out, but 3 players now for Power to deal.
I think Storm they allowed Storm into the most unreal position on that eastern side. That airburst could have been good. It's the last nade, by the way. It has to be a good one coming through from Easy. Gets far up and will find Kairos, which is amazing. Now Rookie's in an awkward scenario where he can't pick him back up again. And now they can focus all their attention over towards Storm.
Very
Next
nice.
one goes down. Power is making this happen.
Storm going low as well as Al-Haji lights up the side of the rock. They played it nicely with those nades. The last one counted. And when it matters, they stand tall, going down towards the cliff bottom and able to ring the shots back up towards the top. Maneuvering very, very effectively. Nice and coordinated for Power Esports, and a deserved chicken dinner.
Yeah, killer ending coming through from Power. You love the fact they clear out that northern side. They opt not to take the fight with Na'Vi as they hear the secondary forces coming in through from Beşiktaş. They allow them the hilltop. They know there's that little ridge at the bottom of the hill as well that they can play around with. And then they isolate everything at the end there with Virtus.pro being taken down and then the smokes. And it all really did hinge on those nades coming through from Easy, which is awesome to see. I mean, he did a great job at pinning those 2 players down. Whoever dropped those smokes beforehand, great foresight of what had to be done to ensure they could win that game. Look at that big old smile from Exa. I've been missing that one.
Oh, we love to see it. He's the smiliest man in the PUBG Mobile scene, but hasn't had too much cause for those smiles so much recently. That game definitely deserved to go the way of Power Esports, but I think that Virtus.pro could have had that position as well, right? They just didn't take it. If they'd have moved across earlier, they would have been in the same position, and I think they would have been able to hold it out. But again, just a little bit slow on the trigger, and Power are able to capitalize beautifully. FLUX, KAOS, BEŞİKTAŞ, this is a top 3 that we don't often see in this position, so it's good to see a little bit of a showcase from our middling teams.
Yeah, I think it's a struggle for Virtus.pro to make any movements late in that game because BEŞİKTAŞ knew their location. As soon as they moved across to challenge versus Power, they would have got shot at. And I think Power immediately retreats back over towards that western side just because they don't want to be in purview of BEŞİKTAŞ. They get lucky with the shift downwards, but then they play it pretty perfectly from there. But I think Virtus.pro just have that struggle where they get into that position and then they sort of have to lock the door behind themselves, which is unfortunate. It is unfortunate.
Yeah, sometimes just too difficult to make those positions work for you. Unfortunately for them, this time around, Virtus.pro do not get high value from their rotation. Let's take a look at the top damage here, and that's interesting. BEŞİKTAŞ actually taking that top spot, but only half the eliminations from Power. That is quite interesting. They were playing on that northwestern side. They held a lot of that central area of the circle for quite a while. On the top of those hills towards the south, you do have a lot of sightlines and you need to be pushing back against the edges. So I guess these numbers do make sense for their middle game efficacy.
Yeah, it's plink damage, right, coming through from them. I mean, they were in a nice compound they could play with. They had so many angles onto a lot of teams. So just taking those shots where they could, they get the damage done. For Power, just much more efficient because it was damage was born of necessity a lot of times, which makes it a very difficult game for them, but they pull through in the end. And I think Power should be very proud of that win because it shows just how far they've come from last year to be able to do that to the teams.
Yeah, very strong stuff coming through from Power to be able to make it work on Miramar, and I think that there are a lot of lessons to be learned for how they played that. It was pretty beautiful. We'll take a break and come back with our final Miramar of Week 1. Our final match of the week is here, Blank. We are getting ready to go into the last Miramar for week number 1 of the PUBG Mobile Super League EMEA. It is all to play for that top spot and to grab some of those bonus points as well towards the lower ends of these tables.
Absolutely. I think for some of these teams, there is a lot on the line here in terms of getting that first place. For some other teams, there is marginal differences that can be made with the grouping being very, very tight towards the center of that table. I don't think it's really possible anymore for any team to take over that third place. So somehow, some way, S2G has been able to claim. I think actually it's Moneymakers in third place now, isn't it? I believe.
It would have been, yes, fourth place for S2G.
Yeah, fourth place for S2G. Either way, for S2G, fourth place is a really good showing up for them. And I think they'll be happy to maintain that position.
If they're allowed to, though. I mean, there are still teams who could potentially do it. Realistically, maybe not. But we'll have to wait for the chicken dinner to come through on this final game to truly lock in those results. And of course, we talk about how important those 1-point shifts are, and we're talking a lot about that top spot. But around the middle of those tables, it's almost even more important, right? Because you have a lot of difference in terms of those bonus points for actually not as much points gain in this final match necessary across the board. So you can jump in this match, in this one match, from maybe, I don't know, like 16th all the way up towards 10th, right? And that is a lot of bonus points earned compared to these 1-point differences we're talking about at the top.
Yeah, it's salvaging a bad week in one game at the end of the day here, because that's really what it has come down to with these teams, not quite able to efficiently keep themselves so far ahead of anyone else. Like, we've not distributed a clear, like, big step between like 16th and 15th place and 11th and 10th place. It is really all over the place right now, and this last game could decide a lot. So I think a lot of teams are going to have to realize, yes, this is the last day of the week, yes, 2 days off after this, but this game matters a lot. So this Miramar is going to have to be a bit of a cracker for some teams.
Yeah, absolutely. Need to put your best foot forwards onto the desert sands of Miramar, of course. You need to do the same across all the matches, and if you had done so earlier, you wouldn't be in this pickle, but it's not always that easy, is it? When it comes down to it, this is one of the best lobbies in the world to be playing in, so it's not easy to make it look good. Some of these teams kind of sometimes do effortlessly, but I feel like everybody has shown their weaknesses so far this week. No team is without their downsides. I think IWNRX in general is probably the most, I don't want to say perfect team, but like the most well-rounded. Yeah, absolutely. Like Team Spirit, they've had their off moments. They've had their downsides. For instance, like Kitsune not quite fragging at his full potential on the first day. Obviously, bringing that back up over the course of the next few days as well has been good to see. But across the board, it kind of has been IWNRX running the show, and in with a really good shout, making it along that road to the Esports World Cup, taking place later this year, 19th to 28th of July at the PMWC later on. Oh, goodness me, got chills from that one. He is absolutely zoned in. He's having fun. He's having fun, and that's what you want to see in the Team Spirit camp.
I like the effect tries to look angry, but you can tell he's a happy fellow inside.
Definitely.
But yeah, here's Twisted Minds back on your screen once again. A bit of an improvement today, honestly, overall. So I think that they won't have to go out of this week feeling terrible about themselves, because it's not too bad at all. And you know what? They have stood out here. The GT20 Pro, the INFINIX, the official smartphone sponsor of the PMSL EMEA. For the last time this tournament, at least this week.
Yeah, this week. There's still plenty more tournament to go, but certainly for this week.
It's not done yet.
Whoa, come back. No, it's not over. It is going to be the last plane path over Miramar. We've had far too many South circles for my liking. Are you wanting any particular circle in this one? Someone that we haven't seen before?
I quite like an El Pozo circle,
okay,
honestly.
Up towards the northwest side.
I don't think we've really ever seen a proper El Pozo finish before, which is weird to say, because I've seen an island finish. I have not seen an El Pozo proper finish in quite some time, I don't think.
I want an Oasis finish still. That's what I'm looking for.
No.
Oh.
Horrid.
Uh-oh.
Come on, guys.
Uh-oh. Double bad right now. No scopes with the K9, all right. Easy trying to bark out some orders over towards the IWX Ruya camp. He knows there's a player there, baits out some shots, and actually takes too much damage for him to be going for these shots with the K9 now anymore. But next Ruya having two of their players down on the front makes this a real tough cookie to crack. Kine moving in, has got the UMP, has got a first aid as well. In these early game engagements, that basically makes him a tank moving on in. But as time goes on, that power diminishes. No, not even going to try that one again. You know what I'm trying to say. Kine, though, on the underground has allowed two of his teammates to move in together and get that res.
Swain did get flushed out. Again, bit of an odd one. Even so, Team Spirit initializing some fights of their own with brute force. But for NRX, I feel like you don't go for the hot drop. Potentially just drop down to truck stop. I know they're confident of their ability on this fight, but again, it's power just coming off the back of a chicken dinner here on Miramar. They're amped up. There's still a possibility that NRX is able to bring this back around. It is just a 3v3 right now.
They have lost a player, but so have Team Spirit, and so have Brute Force, actually, across the map, as you spoke about their engagement earlier on between Team Spirit and Brute Force. But it was just scouts over there. This one is definitely do or die. One of these teams doesn't make it out of this. Ooh, DBS for easy.
They're locked in. But yeah, for such an important game, it's again strange. Both on Team Spirit side as well. You know Brute Force is over there. Losing your scout early on, especially with a circle like this that heads far over towards the east. Really do want those 4 players alive. It's a big jump up. Where's that? Looking at 13 points. They'd need 14 for Team Spirit to overtake. A bit more now that they've got that one elimination point. And really, those 14-point games don't really come from 3-player starts. So, yeah, for IWNRX, I would have just forsaken the hot drop. You can tell they're a bit nervous about this as well. Not going for anything too fancy.
How long is this standoff going to last? Easy has got that DBS. That's kind of the big difference maker on this fight, right? If that DBS can get in, get value, Power have the advantage, but the health bars currently allow these SMGs to be very effective against him, given his lack of body armor.
As soon as he pulls that pin, though, he's just creating commotion by giving the audio cue. Pulls it for real this time. He's only got the one.
Oh, just kidding.
Trying to force them out a little bit.
They aren't moving. They aren't for budget. They're waiting for that nade to actually be seen. Coming on through. Kine breaks out. Repositions. Gets someone new. Fidan's just been on this roof and waiting for someone to try and push out across it and keeping them safe. Reposition across the road. Power getting antsy now. Kine around the back. Kind of similar. IWNX Ruya. Really just doing nothing.
I think it's because they're inside the building as well and Fidan's on the roof. There's a potential here that someone rolls on by and spots out Power. IWNRX just gets away with it because of that. Shift over now towards the Gladiators. Make their rotate in.
As of yet, unscathed. Uncharacteristic. Especially for a team that likes to drop near La Cobreria. Lewis, spray towards AZ, and I might have spoken too soon about the unscathed part. AZ takes some damage, has to hop out of the vehicle. They want to send it up in smoke, but he hops out just in time. Gets some cover, gets that first aid.
A bit awkward situation. Oh. Easy, going low. That DBS almost passed across there, John.
That's what I was talking about, that lack of body armor. Just increases, ramps those close-range weapons in the SMGs. Kante, though, wants to lead the charge. He does have that body armor on side, the level 2, as he helps out the door. Ooh, the DBS goes off twice. Kine trying to shoulder peek it, but is back up across the way and pushes in. He doesn't spot Kante, making this maneuver. And now it's the first stock going over the way of Power. The nade is coming out. The pin has been pulled on that more times than I can count. He's cooking it. It's in. Can he get the knock? No, they go upstairs. Looking for that reposition. Kante wants the door frame, but it is being guarded off. Zedwolf, reposition. Falling back now. 2 players, Frozen and Zedwolf, trying to fend off the forces of Power.
Starts off well. Everyone's just got no armor on this one either. to finish off Kine. Out comes the DBS, but not able to find it.
Ammo low for Zedwolf, has to swap to the pistol before he can get that reload. It's the micro Uzis now underneath. The knock should get rezzed here. Fidan needs to hold strong on this staircase. There's no nades in play. They haven't been able to get much more than the first one seen, and that is good for Fidan to find Frozen on the start. Is this a third party? I think it might be. In come, guess who? Onyx Ravens.
The consistent ruiners of IWNRX's games. Bullets were dropped off. I did find it weird that Easy didn't just drop the DBS.
Uh-oh.
And he absolutely should have dropped the DBS a lot sooner. They are able to finally finish it off. That's IWNRX out for the Onyx Ravens, most likely to maybe find some more eliminations on that side. But yeah, for the guys on Power, I do believe that they should have just given across the DBS someone with more HP. Is Nomi trying to hold off again with just a pistol
no
as well,
way.
man. Almost had it.
One more bullet in that mag, and he might have had that. A bold push out towards it as well. Either way. That was the hot drop. I think they were going for vehicles. That was the challenge between Brute Force and Team Spirit early on.
So there you have it. 10 points there for IWNRX. Total.
Meaning Team Spirit need 14 this match in order to draw level. And because they wait, hang on a minute.
Yeah, they need 15.
No. Forget the tables. Look what's just happened.
Oh! Oh!
Oh my god.
The game was like, you've already had one island.
Miramar
finish, have
is
you?
cursed. I'm telling you, dude.
Another. We have not seen one of these in a while. Not a proper one either.
That's
Everyone
insane.
is sending as fast as possible. Gladiator's close to it, as are Twisted Minds.
Is it confirmed? I'm not entirely
It's
sure.
not-
I don't think it's 100%.
Not confirmed.
But it's
No,
it's
it's
quite
not.
likely though that it's on the islands.
Yeah, it is the central position. Most players are sending in. If you're Team Spirit, potentially you're able to get towards the South Island. Again, it's another coin flip. Do you take the North Island or the South Island? Either way, you're swimming to the other. If it zones in.
My goodness. I feel like North Island being bigger, being a bigger chunk of this current zone is going to be better. I think everybody is making their swim, so it might just be fully confirmed.
Heroic
Imagine if it goes back west to Impala. Imagine.
Yeah. That would be killer. And it can. It absolutely can. Heroic and NIGMA both had boats that were able to get to the South Island pretty quickly.
I don't think... I'm just trying to figure out exactly how much of this circle is poppable. And sure, there's quite a big chunk of the land that's still in on this western edge. But probably, I would say, only about 5% of the available land is for the next circle is on that edge, right? Like, it's a really difficult one to call. But I think a lot of our teams have the right end of the stick. Like, for FLUX, maybe you're right at the back of the queue. You stay on the mainland and take that 5%.
Yeah. I think that would be the move, right? You just go for the percentage play. Like, if it comes back to Impala, we win. If it comes back to Impala, the amount of teams that have sent out to these islands, the game's going to be over so quickly.
Can we have a normal Miramar, like, one time, please?
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, I'm okay with it.
It's fun.
Well, look at this.
They're going to
Team
hate
Spirit
it.
found themselves a boat, actually.
Ooh, okay.
They went far down towards the south.
A rarity
brain
on
maneuver.
Miramar. A rarity on Miramar.
That is a big brain maneuver, though. I was wondering what they're doing, if they were trying to grab a boat and then swing towards the east side of the island. Interesting.
There it is,
but
north
they
circle.
now need to get back in the boat.
They still got it, though, right? Like, that's still...
Yeah, but they need to go to Middle Island, right?
Yeah. But no one's really holding that
My
edge. Everyone's
God.
more preoccupied with the other angles here.
It's so difficult to get up on the eastern side of this island, though. I think it's nigh on impossible. I don't really know what you do here.
I mean,
I don't play island finishes very often.
yes, it's
this is kind of new territory.
This
for
is
me.
where IGLs make their money, right? This is where you make these calls, you draw on anything you have. I imagine you crash into the south side because I think there's a way up just sort of on that southwest peak, and no one's really holding it right now. But Team Spirit might have found something else to move on up. Currently, it's Twisted Minds on this island and Gladiators. Two teams that, like, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not really looking at very much across this tournament, but they are both going to be the arbiters of the rest of this lobby. You must pay your toll to get up towards them.
FLUX is like, 5% play didn't work. We die now.
Right?
Yeah, I do think it's also funny that so many teams
Team Spirit are up.
flew into the water. Yeah, I know they're on. I thought it was funny that so many teams flew into the water and Team Spirit was like, you guys realize that moneymakers aren't playing right now, which means Quads Paradiso is open and that there is boats down there, right?
I mean, they just that's just a good call, solid from Kitsune, from the other minds of Team Spirit. Lux taking a joust back and forth with Axa, but no dice there. Still on the mainland, it's a battle for 12th place on the match on the mainland.
Naomi is deep in enemy lines here.
Oh my goodness!
Over towards the Gladiators.
He's cosplaying yellow right now.
Yeah, it's going to be a quick game, though, guys. I'll tell you that now. Or at least a quick game in terms of players removing themselves from the lobby. We're already down to 44 players, 13 teams.
All right. 4 teams are on this main island. Well, I say the main the tiny little shrimp of an island that sits in the middle of our circle right now. As FLUX continue to go with just Soulless, Furia takes him back a peg, and they will stay alive as 4th for Virtus Pro, but probably not for long. 4 teams are on this island in the center of the circle. Heroic, Team Spirit, Twisted Minds, and Gladiators. All 4 of them are 4 players strong.
This is so stupid. Imagine being Gladiators. You're scouting this coast, making sure no one's got in. News alert, they already crested.
The call was coming from inside the house.
It was from inside the house. And Naomi's got full view of all of them. They're all like checking the water, making sure no one's getting in. That is ridiculous. I mean, I can now understand why Naomi hasn't moved. He just has great sidelines. He's sort of just waiting for his team to come across and be like, guys, trust me. They have no idea what's going on.
He's just testing out a potential transfer to the Gladiators team, you know? That's what he's doing.
Ah, this is amusing.
It's like, oh,
I think Naomi has taken
like
some big hits, though, actually. Yeah, look, down to very low HP. Yeah. Maybe that's effect. I'm not sure.
Wait, did Team Spirit? Oh, they did lose a player early.
I thought that was... actually.
Oh, well, there he goes.
There we go.
Naomi spots what he's looking for. A small morsel, but maybe with a big brother. Waiting around the wings, but Batic whiffs the first and the second, but the third will do the charm. Gets the flush almost immediately, but now Gladiators are aware they've got neighbors.
Yeah, I mean, they spotted actually onto Kitsune earlier. It wasn't Effect that took damage. So they know, which is why Naomi pulled the trigger on that play.
Yeah.
Again, still very possible to win this game as just 2. I don't know about getting, what was it, 15 points as a duo? You could pick up a lot of eliminations as players are coming in.
They needed...
With Effect going down there as well.
They needed 13 points on this match. With the 2 points that NRX were able to get, that means that they would need 15 yet total on this game. They've already got 2 of them, though.
Yeah, down to 1 player now.
I believe.
A bit of a throw there from Team Spirit. I think that they could have more effectively played on this south side and tried to just pick up points. Again, I suppose if you're not watching out for IWNRX going down early, you don't know. Maybe try and take control over that north side. Either way, I don't know how long Kitsune is for this world. Because even if you got a 3rd place, what is that? You'd need around 10 limbs. That's tough.
Yeah, it's looking pretty rough. You would need 8 more limbs just on his own. If he can pick off the entirety of NIGMA Galaxy, maybe.
He's done.
It's just not going to work, is it? He's gone.
No, he got shot by Lufa. That's from the other island as well.
That's a classic mistake, getting shot by Lufa.
That is a classic mistake, getting shot by Lufa. So there you have it, guys. The battle for first and second place didn't really rage. It sort of fizzled today until it came to an ending. I thought it would be much more exciting. It wasn't. However, we did get to check out this awesome island finish.
Yes. As we have...
The thing is, though...
We have EMEA soup being brewed right now.
Yeah. The thing is that this is the first time that I think I've ever seen like a confirmed island finish. Not on the edge of it, not on the outskirts of it, not on the weird little rock that sits towards the western side, but a confirmed island finish.
Goodness me, okay. But KAOS wants to step up and steal the point away. Matic, though, won't let that happen. How many points can the Gladiators get here? This is where they farm. This
look at the mini-map.
Oh my god, like there's so many points waiting on the wings. You just need to spot players. Everybody should be basically just drowning themselves at this stage. Sorry, that sounds really mean. Please don't clip it. Don't clip that.
In-game.
Don't clip that. In-game. In-game. They should just be denying these points by drowning themselves.
Yeah.
In-game.
In-game. Not real life.
In-game.
In-game. I mean, 10 limbs found already for Gladiators right now. It has been real easy pickings for them. Dixie drowns Kikali. Not sure how that works, but
Brutal.
dumped him under the water.
Where did Navi come from?
How did they get in?
Have they been on here the whole
This
time?
is the same direction
Oh
that
my
Team
God.
Spirit
Navi!
put onto the island.
How did they do this?
It's the same direction that Team Spirit got onto the island, and still Gladiators are like,
NIGMA
no,
Galaxy,
no.
you're going to win this.
It's the north side.
NIGMA Galaxy, you're going to win this. They've got all 4 players on the island, and Twisted Minds are still in the side.
They've only got 1 limb though.
Yeah, but they're going to win.
Which is, they could win. They could win, but I don't think it's going to send them too much further up the leaderboard.
Hey, yo,
Who else has a good
on the
shot?
mainland as well for Brute Force. The chase is still on for S2G.
Maybe,
Probably not.
possibly, probably not.
Funny prank.
This would be a good game for Twisted Minds to win.
14 eliminations for Gladiators.
Yeah, it's been absolutely ginormous.
God, Gax,
This
you're in-
should certainly pull them out from the bottom of the leaderboard. Funnily enough, this might get them up to the top 16.
They might get a bonus point.
Yeah, they'll get up the top 16 off the back of this one match. 14 a limb.
I mean, they were ready for it.
Team Spirit was so close to taking his position as well.
Coops, why have you put Ralph all the way out so split from the rest of your team?
Coops, why would you do this?
Coops, what
All
are you
right.
doing?
Why are you constantly telling Ralph to go play all on his lonesome in positions that don't really make a whole lot of sense?
I mean, he is slap bang in the middle of the circle.
He's anchoring.
I'm anchoring.
I'm anchoring. I'm anchored.
Anchored?
Ralph, we
Anchored?
need you. I'm anchored.
Oh, sorry,
You
mate.
mean move. I'm anchored.
I've already said it, so.
I
Okay.
cannot unanchor now.
It's too heavy.
Coops is, in the meantime, taking out the entirety of Heroic. As per.
I think you
Also
mean Ralph
drowning
is- oh.
himself. Ooh.
That's actually really bad. But he slips off here. He is going to have to take some
Kinda good that
time.
he's in the water, though.
Yeah, but he's going to have to find a way back up. And the only way is going to be straight through where Heroic are playing. It doesn't seem like it's going to be too tall of an order, though. He's got Lord to back him up. Please, Lord, don't slip off as well. Okay, he's immediately back up. Fair enough.
Yeah, he's back on. It wasn't as big of a deal.
It's fine.
It was actually
I overblew it.
it was a big maneuver.
Yeah.
The MG3 versus the DBS.
Ragnarok is just like crying in the corner right
Oh
now.
my!
It's
What are you
just
guys
like,
doing to me?
No, please, Coop, stop. Sorry, I mean Ralph. Stop.
Ralph is anchored right
Stop.
now.
St- Ralph, stop doing that to people. You're just so good.
Ralph is anchored right now.
He's
He's anchoring.
he's anchoring. He's anchored. He's anchoring. He's anchored.
15 limbs right now for the Gladiators.
Crazy.
Pretty easy game for them. This would have been the most free game.
Spirit.
It's so frustrating, man. Because if they'd won that fight, they would have been able to have done it. It has been, throughout the past 4 days, it's been like a battle between a panther and a lion, between Team Spirit and IWNRX. Came to the last day, it was literally a cat fight. It's like bapping each other all day.
Getting scared by cucumbers and stuff. So.
Yeah. Whoa! What's that?
What's that? Oh, it's
such a disappointing.
It's literally any other team. Okay. All right. Cool. It's Onyx Ravens. Whoa! Watch out.
Oh, dear me. I think they were just waiting for the week to be over. It seems.
Is this TDM?
Is it TDM, Tom?
I think this is TDM.
This is TDM Island.
Do you know what? I really want Twisted Minds to win this.
I really don't. They've played it like a real game.
I just really want them to win. I really want them to win the fight, mostly because I don't want Gladiators to win.
Listen. They made it the island first, yet have 3 eliminations. They're playing for literally the chicken dinner. I mean, that sounds really silly coming out of my mouth, but
why are they playing to win? Ugh.
But there were so many points that they could have gotten.
Blank, they've anchored, they were like, all right? They've anchored.
They're anchored. Coops has had to literally go pull the anchor
He's like,
out the ground.
I've been stunned, guys. I can't move. Oh, come on. Don't be silly.
I sort of do want Gladiators to win. Just because of the hunger for the North Coast crossing from all the players. Whoever made that call, genius. Everyone's going to crest on this side. Just go this side. Don't bother about anyone coming up behind us. Just look for the kills in the water.
Barrel-based fish
We'll
shooting.
get like 20 limbs. Trust.
They only got 15, though. So actually, basically a dead call. Go again.
Well, there is no trust in the team, so that's why they only got 15.
Oh, dear. They are still not fielding Meku, interestingly enough.
I think that's mean. I personally think Meku's a good
actually,
player.
they've just got 15 limbs on this game, so it was actually the right call.
Shut up.
Yep, good point. Didn't think of that.
Oh, man, it's sad to see Meku not in the game. Doesn't feel right. This doesn't feel right. Oh. Found someone.
It's like a secret mystery box. You just don't know who you're going to find. Unfortunately, this time, it's NIGMA Galaxy, who I did say I thought were going to win this one, and I feel like I might still be right, because Twisted Minds have yet to move. They're anchored.
Oh, they have compound.
We've got the compound.
It might be outside the circle,
compounds win games, right, guys? So we should just stay here.
It would be so depressing to go out in fifth. They have to cross out into open ground, by the way.
No.
I don't think anyone's looking their way, though, right now. I don't think they assumed anyone would sit in the compound for this long.
This is now actually just like a regular final circle, but like... What?
With a little spice to it.
What? What's going
It's
on?
a seasoned regular circle.
It's like you're cooking a regular circle for yourself. It's fine. Somebody else cooks a regular circle for you for free. So much better.
That's so much better.
It's like
when a cheeseburger.
Oh, okay.
There's a
you go.
Double cheeseburger.
That's rubbish. Mine was going to be way better. It's like when you order chips from a fast food restaurant, and then you think you finished, but there's secretly some in the bottom of the bag, and there's still
secret chips.
Secret chips.
Those are the best.
Secret chip circle.
The chips that fell out.
I'm angering so many people who are like, they're fries. They're chips, mate. Get over it.
Well, they are kind of fries, though.
Yeah.
I feel like fries and chips are two different things. Not one hit.
That's so sad. Oh!
Oops,
Why is
Gilly
Ralph
for
taking
this,
damage? Stop it. Hazy. Going to be looking for the spray down, the backup on the teammates. Finally, Twisted Minds enter the fray. They're moving up from the western edge, trying to take control, and the Gladiators maybe take their eye off the ball for a little bit too long. NIGMA Galaxy might just need to bide their time and take the fight with Twisted Minds instead.
Wow.
And they are right up and personal now. Jafar
Who threw
leads the
that
charge.
nade?
Matic and Tixie. The Grows are in hands for Matic. Nade up top for Jafar, right next to AZ, pushes him back off, and nice and disciplined fallback there. NIGMA Galaxy not taking this opportunity. I'll take that back. Coops is there. And a nice shutdown. Gladiators less and less likely to win this one out by the second as Matic goes down next. And it's another elimination for NIGMA Galaxy. They are up to 6, 3 players alive.
Still making it happen right now. Twisted Mind starting to send some grenades over the top.
18 points on the match for Gladiators.
Yeah, it's a huge game.
They played it so well.
I mean, they pretty single-mindedly just thought about getting all the eliminations on the North Coast. I mean, worked out. I think they will have actually jumped into top 16 off the back of that.
Twisted Minds trying to challenge NIGMA Galaxy now, but the strafe across doesn't go well because Ralph has so thoughtfully given Coops this MG3, and it's working out wonders for them. Not too much ammo left in the back pocket, but only 2 players left for them to contend with on that high ground, and Ralph gets the flush onto Dami.
Come on, Twisted Minds. What is this nade from Never Alone?
Oh
my god, he's got a bright arm.
Oh, wow!
Okay, never mind.
Oh, Coops goes down on the sideline. That nade doesn't get the damage that they're looking for. Never Alone is there. Ralph needs to heal, does manage to get it off. The spray is good for a little bit of a tickle, and Never Alone looks for more. Lord going low as well. Could Puncher be the deciding factor here? There's only one player for him to deal with. Na'Vi might be able to snatch this all away from the jaws of defeat.
There's no way.
How on earth does this all unfold like this? There's a nade being cooked. Never Alone for Twisted Minds takes him down, and it's a 1 versus 1. He does not have a teammate to get back. Puncher needs to find something here. A nade over the top, right on top of him. Never Alone goes low, and Puncher for Na'Vi might just be able to take it. Twisted Minds snatching defeat from the jaws of victory here as they ascend just a little bit too late to take full control over the high ground, and Puncher given the opportunity.
You know what? Well played, Twisted Minds. You made it happen. He went for the compounds, now he's looking for the win. Unfortunately, Puncher was in the water all game. This is an island finish.
Right now, Puncher is the embodiment of the EMEA soup that was brewed on the North Line. And, okay, he's dead. I think that's the right way for this to finish. Twisted Minds.
Completely clueless.
Like, why not? It's just...
You know that Eric Andre meme?
Yeah.
Where he shoots the guy in the chair? Where he's just Ralph. Why would Coops do that?
Why would Coops do that? Oh! He's angered, bro. He's angered.
That's so funny.
I hate that game so much. Oh, man.
I'm sorry, Ralph. I like you, dude, honestly. Trust me. Just you can't blame her for no Coops. That's really made me cry.
I really wanted Puncher to win that one, but like Twisted Minds.
It's just like looking directly into like the hillside.
Oh, I'm gonna get him. I know exactly where he is. I've got the beat on him complete. Oh, I was bamboozled. It was me who was the one who was rubbish.
That was an awesome game. I loved that so
much. It was the best PUBG Mobile ever. Gladiators win.
Yeah, 18 points. I'm actually super curious to see where that puts Gladiators, because they will have just upset a lot of people in the lobby in terms of the amount of jumps they made.
Like, what do you do?
Who would have thought? Twisted Minds 17 points. Well done. Well done, guys.
It's a good result. It's a pretty good
It's
result.
a very good result. I think they still need to get 30 points to remove themselves from 20th place, though.
Yeah.
This last game. But it looks less bad now.
Definitely. NIGMA Galaxy, 16 points. There's some decent shift arounds. I think NIGMA Galaxy's 16 points on this game is probably the most impactful here because they will have shifted up, I think, maybe like 2 places potentially. And they are a team that's kind of competing for the top, but like, I just don't care right now. Like, like we've had some just crazy games today and over the last few days. I feel like so frequently we're just at this juncture where just wild things are happening.
Yeah. I mean, there's been some insane circles this first week. It's really thrown a wrench into the plan of a lot of teams. What a weird day, though. What a weird day to finish this week on. Just
So
IW, NRX, and Team Spirit doing shockingly bad all day. Weird mistakes from both of them. Who even did good today?
I don't know. I mean,
Power got a chicken dinner. They
like
did kind of
Team
well.
Spirit did do well at the start. Heroic?
Heroic actually did do kind of well today. Good job, guys.
Maybe.
Well done.
Onyx Ravens?
Yeah. There's our daily winners. Thank you, production.
Hey, look, Heroic top damage. So
yeah. 2,705.
I think with that last
2,705.
with that last game, is it going to be a Gladiators MVP as well?
Maybe. I don't know.
I think they've done so
No.
poorly in the other matches.
Rob's. Please be a Rob's day.
I'm backing Heroic.
I want
I'm
it
backing
to-
Heroic on this. I think.
Okay.
I'm gonna
Alright.
I'm gonna double down. I don't know
Zachariah
who
would be
I've
the one
no-
I'd go for personally.
Do you think?
Yeah.
Okay.
Him or Ragnarok? I'm not sure.
Okay. I don't know. I feel like Volt might have a shot on
Okay.
that roster. I feel like he's picked up
You
a
do
few. I'm just so confused. I'm just so confused right now.
Show
And
us the MVP.
That's what
Once
it all
is
well, actually,
ready.
wait. What about the overalls? Are we gonna have that first?
We're doing-
It is Volt.
No,
There we
gonna do
go.
the overalls after this.
Okay. All right.
You not
Volt
reading
from
the runner
Heroic.
show?
That's true. No, I was reading ahead in the
Oh, you
script
were
because it is
correct.
Volt. Yeah, there
You
we
were
go.
correct. Well done. Nice one.
Because I feel like they've been in some really interesting fights where they've got a lot of damage. They've been third partying. Sure, they haven't had the best of results, but like their limbs of damage are still going to be there.
Yeah, well done. Well done to Heroic. Look at that. You called it. Double time. Heroic did well, and then you called the MVP.
They don't get
Good
a
job,
shot at the warehouse challenge though.
They do, but it'll be week 2, day 1, because we didn't have one the first day of
I don't
this
know
week.
if we have a first. I'd have to double check the format actually.
We do have a first day of week 2, just so you know.
Yes, but there's only
don't
12
start on-
challenge matches, which wouldn't add up. Who can get our eyes the squintiest? Is the question.
They're not.
There's no opponent, which means
That's upsetting
that
for
there's no
Volt.
TDM for Volt, unfortunately.
Wow.
Let's take a look at the overalls where things actually
Yeah.
start to matter. Let's
No more
take a
squinting.
breath. Take 2 seconds. Okay, overalls.
Kablamo.
IWNRX at the top spot, 210 points there, coming
Yeah.
in as the first place finisher. The whole shebang of 20 bonus points is going to be added to their tally to be getting on with. Team Spirit couldn't quite make it work.
Technically just 10 when we half it.
That's true.
Just give them 10?
No, 20, and then we halve it.
Okay, sure.
It's like you can eat if you break your biscuits in half, you can eat twice as many.
That's true. That is
Like-
true. Moneymakers, though, I don't think they had to worry at all. I think that, they were just going to stay in this top 3 no matter what. Everyone made it very easy for them today. Brute Force into 5th place, Virtus Pro into 6th. Enigma Galaxy don't quite jump up. And RCB somehow still are on the
page.
first page with 136 points.
There you go. First Pro right up there with no
Heroic.
chicken dinners either. Heroic just about squeaked out in 9th place.
Yeah. Which means Gladiators did not make it into the top 16. They must be 17th place. They must be. What if they tied?
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Ooh, could be. 105.
Ooh.
Oh. 17th place. You're still bad. Haha.
Oh.
Well,
Na'Vi as
yeah.
well. They would have laddered up, I think. Onyx Ravens, you know what, guys? It's only week 1. You have week 2. You can do this, Onyx Ravens. I believe in you. I have a lot of belief for you.
True, I think I do too. I think I'll get on that train with you. I think we'll be fueling that one for the start of next week as well, because I've liked their third parties. They've been, if not effective, entertaining for us.
Yes.
They've been the third party spot on 2 early game IWNRX fights.
They have tried so much. They have tried so much to unleash the beast within their games with Monster Energy. You can find out more over at www.monsterenergy.com/gaming, which we'll be doing more of next week. But yeah, I am very proud of the guys in Onyx Ravens. And honestly, I am proud to have the INFINIX GT20 Pro to be our official smartphone sponsor here at the PMSL EMEA. So thank you very much for sponsoring us here, guys. And you can check out all the phones used on stage. That's what all the pro players use. You can find out more about us on the socials underneath here, John.
Absolutely. Take a look at those 3 locations where you can stay up to date with the latest on the PMSL EMEA and, of course, other regions as well. If Europe feels like giving them a shout out, because this is what we're all about here. EMEA action continues to unfold in, quite frankly, the craziest of ways so far over this last day. It has been insane, unexpected, and exciting. We'll see you again for more of that next week.
Yeah.